The 2025 European Endurance Prototype Cup starts here at the Circuit Paul Ricard, the traditional start for the Ultimate Cup Series European season, and this is the first of 6 in 2025. Cars making their way to the grid, slightly different look to the series compared to last year, which is now exclusive to the Nova NP02. These fantastic LMP3 style prototypes from the French marque, but coming in at about 100 kilograms lighter, but still with a fantastic V8 power plant from Ford that propels about 500 brake horsepower. An incredibly popular platform, growing in its popularity as well. 23 cars to start this season, with so many familiar names from the world of LMP3 racing that just goes to show how much these guys love driving these cars. We have 4 hours to come, and it is the number 8 Graf car that will start on pole position ahead of the winning team from the end of last season, Kojimo Racing. We'll run through the grid in a little bit more detail when we get onto the formation lap, but there are some great names that we have lining up at the front of the field. The number 8 lineup with Jimmy Cho starting the car, but the car that's alongside him on the front row of the grid will have Nicolas Prost in the car at some point. Marlon Hernandez and Owen Creed will be taking the start. Adrian Schiller, two-time LMP3 champion across Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series, sharing that car with Belen Garcia, who was fastest in Q1 in the ANS Motorsport car. Matthias Besch is back with DB Autosport, and they had an incredible qualifying with their number 20 car to line up on the second row of the grid. Some really young, exciting young drivers to come as well, such as Danny Bundschuh, his teammate Alexandre Lafourcade starting in 5th position for Lamo Racing aboard the 777. Machine. A flurry of young drivers coming in from the UK and South Africa at the hands of CD Sports, as well as some drivers familiar to Ultimate Cup competition across the GT series making their way over to the prototypes. And a few familiar names from the LMP3, because of course last year we had the LMP3 cars on this grid as well. They have now got a separate series for a sprint championship. It is just the Novas out there, and we're only expecting grid numbers to grow. Sun setting here in Le Castellet, a beautiful circuit, Paul Ricard. We are in the trough of this mountainous region, and so the temperature does drop extremely quickly. Big question mark for this team's new Goodyear tyres. We've swapped over from Michelin, expanding our relationship with Goodyear, so they're not just providing for the GT series now in the Ultimate Cup series, they are also providing for this prototype championship. No one has run a full stint. They've only got 2 sets of tyres to last these 4 hours, which is manageable, but no one quite knows how they're going to react. The initial feedback has been incredibly positive in terms of the peak grip and its longevity through testing, but now we're going to see how they hold up under race conditions, and also the question is going to be how they hold up in night conditions as well. A number of these drivers haven't done night laps here, and although there are floodlights around Circuit Paul Ricard, which as you can see have already been lit up with the sun going down, the visibility is not going to be great. It's not like Bahrain, it's not like Yas Marina in Formula 1. It is going to be still very dark. They're going to be very reliant on those headlights. And so going through Scene Corner at full chat, flat out, the fastest corner that these cars are going to take all season long. That is going to be incredibly brave stuff for these drivers throughout the course of the 4 hours. So Claire Cottingham is down on the grid, hopefully trying to catch a word with our top runners out there. So we should be able to hear from her soon, but you can just see a glimpse of that pole-sitting car, the number 8, in amongst the sea of people that have made their way down to the grid. And speaking of the grid, let's go to the grid and hear from Claire Cottingham.
Yeah, you join me at pole position and come down to Jimmy Cho, and I'm going to jump in and see how he's feeling. Jimmy, how are you feeling?
Hello, I'm doing great. I'm ready for the race.
Well, this is always good because if you weren't ready for the race, that'd be a bit of a worry. Pole position is a good place to be. It's a 4-hour race. It's a very long stint out there and we're going to lose light. Are there any worries or concerns from where you're starting?
Yeah, I'm starting and I'm racing against most of the bronze, so I'm expecting some traffic, but I'm just playing nice and safe and finish and give it to my teammate because it's a long race, so no rush.
It's also a team, Graf is a team that's been in this championship. They've kind of got used to it now. Is it a good team to be alongside?
Yeah, it's a very good team, good car and nice people here. I'm very enjoying my time here.
They are very friendly. Look, good luck for the race. Let's see how you do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. We're going to head over to Erwin Creed at Kojamo. So follow me over this way because everyone's taking selfies and all sorts at this point. So I'm going to see if I can jump in and speak to Erwin. I'm getting in the way of Nicolas Prost. I might jump in and say hi to Nicolas Prost. Let's have a quick chat with you. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Well, you know, same thing as always, you know, a bit nervous. You want to do well, but it's going to be a long race. Hope we can do a good result.
You say nervous, but is that because you're not starting the race?
No, it's just you know, you kind of have to be nervous to perform, you know, it's just you want to do well, you know, you might call it different ways.
Well, you came to the commentary box and we were talking about how tricky this track is, especially for overtaking. What are we going to expect here?
Yeah, I think with these cars, you know, it's a bit better, you know, there's quite a bit of a tow, the winds calm down a lot, so we'll see, you know, but anyway, you know, it's endurance racing. This morning was a sprint race. I think it's more going to be about having a clean race and a good pace throughout the race.
Yeah, it's definitely, and you are so right about the wind. It is completely gone. Is that sort of something you're happy about?
Yeah, obviously it makes the car a bit nicer to drive.
Yeah, you're going to be able to put it into corners rather than lose it into corners.
Exactly, and you kind of know what to expect.
All right, well, good luck for the race. We'll let you get on. Thank you so much. I'm going to see if I can speak briefly to Erwin Creed, who is just chatting to his engineer. Apparently, they've got to talk to engineers before the race instead of me. Who knew? I'm going to see. Can I steal him for a second? Would that be okay? Thank you so much. Erwin, how are you doing? This is a good place to start, isn't it?
Absolutely. Little bit more stress, but it's okay, yeah.
Do you feel a bit more stressed starting from second?
Last year, you know, I was more in the back of the grid. So this year, you know, and also my teammates is a little bit top level, so I don't want to disappoint them. Anyway, I'm happy. Let's do a good race.
Can't think about disappointing people at this point. You've got Graf alongside you as well, which is a very strong car, isn't it? And also the field behind, it's very competitive.
Yeah, of course it's more competitive, but I need to focus. I need to look right now here, not in the back, you know. This is important for me, you know, for the race, you know, to be focused on in front and not in the back, you know.
Well, exactly, and you've got no cars in front of you, really, apart from one. Something...
Pressure. It's better to have less pressure, because if I start to look everywhere, especially in the back, it will be more complicated. So let's focus on in front.
We're looking to the front. What is important as well is this wind has dropped massively out there, and now we've got the sunset as well. Is there a lot to contend with out there?
Yeah, it's great. It's better to for the first race to don't have rain, of course. And the wind is not anymore. Then the qualification was a little bit tricky.
Yes.
And yeah, the good thing, so we have sun, because now with the new tires, you know, maybe it can cool down. So, you know, you can do more mistakes, but we still have a little bit sun. So it will help for the first 2 laps, you know, to be more cool, to don't have less problem, I will say.
Have you done a lot of long races?
Yeah, I do twice 24 hours of Le Mans.
That's quite long.
No, I have more longer. It's 25 hours of Spa with the Fun Cup.
You are very used to this then.
I love. I'm not very fast in qualification normally, but I should be good in race.
Fighting talk, I like that. Good luck, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was second place, Erwin Creed, of course. We're going to leave here because it's going to get very busy on the grid, and I'm going to see if I can find anyone else before we get chucked off. But, Chris, I'm going to hand it back to you and, of course, to our French commentators as well.
Thank you very much, Claire. Great to hear from the top 2 on the grid. And, yes, it is worth remembering because Jimmy was talking about being the silver driver at the start, pretty much everyone has elected to put their bronze driver in for the start of the race, but we have 2 all-silver lineups, and interestingly, they're the top 2 on the entry list as well. So the number 4 Switch Racing has got 3 silvers for their circuit racing debut weekend. They've been running an Ultimate GT Sprint Cup with a GT4 Porsche, but also running in this prototype championship as well. And the number 8 Graph car that's starting on pole position is an all-silver lineup. So they obviously have no choice but to put a silver in for the start of the race, going against the grain of what everyone else is doing with bronzes. So those cars starting first, and then Tim Bure in car number 4. Although actually, looking at the timing screen at the moment, this is either the wrong ID that has been put on the number 28, 23 events car, which is showing James Winslow, the silver class driver, alongside Alam Geshev as starting the race. But according to the official documents, it was Alam who was going to be starting. And I was rather hoping to have James in the box with us for the earlier stages of this race, but if he is starting, then that won't be the case. So I'll try and get confirmation of that at any point. If it continues to show James Winslow, then I guess we know that it is in fact him at the car, but that is going to be a change later. Let's go back down to the grid and Claire Cottingham.
James Winslow alongside me. You were having a little chat there. What were we talking about?
We were just talking about tyre temperature. The tyres go in the oven before the race. They put the tyres on. You wait here for 20 minutes talking, and the tyres cool down because it's evening time. So I was just telling Liam, just make sure you keep the tyre temps up on the formation lap. I've got another driver who's on pole position outright, Jimmy Chu, who's done a fantastic job. And just compared the 2 tyre temps, and his tyres are a bit colder than ours. So
well, I don't know if that's a good thing or not for Jimmy.
No, I think he'll cope with it. He's a pro driver now, so he's doing extremely well. So
there's also the help that he's on pole position as well. I mean, if he has a slide or something, he has a bit more. I keep hearing myself back, and I didn't know how annoying my voice was. You're sliding less though if you're in pole position, surely, or how's that working?
He's got less to worry about. He's a silver driver. I think the rest of the drivers are bronze drivers, so I'm expecting him to drive away into the distance. But with the BOP, they have 30 seconds longer in the pit than us, for example. So over the 4 hour, that sort of ends up being quite a good BOP, and we'll all be pretty close by the finish line at the end of the race.
Why are most people starting with their bronze driver, apart from Jimmy that's a silver?
I think, say, your silver or your gold is, in theory, the quicker driver. So when the safety car comes out and everyone's bunched up, you want your faster guy to go last, because you lose your advantage if you start your best guy first. But Jimmy's in a silver. It's very complicated.
It is. There's a lot of maths. Chris is very good at working all that out.
I was talking to Chris about it yesterday, and it was even more complicated than I realised. And I've been doing it for 2 years.
I was going to say, you've been doing it for a few years. Nice to see you back in the championship, of course. Has it been nice to come back here?
Fantastic, yeah. It's great to be driving with Aleem, and Alex Buchanstoff will be joining us for the next round on the six hour. So it's like a little group of guys that I've coached from Dubai in the Golf Radical Cup Championship, all together, driving together, and we're all friends and we're all fast, so it makes a good combination.
Well, you do a lot of coaching, obviously, as well, so it's kind of like a double-edged, I don't want to say a double-edged sword, because it's not quite the right saying, but you've got a lot of things you're looking at. Yeah,
it's funny when you're on track and you see your logo on about 3 or 4 cars, especially when they're holding you up.
Are you taking over Ultimate Cup?
This year, a few less than last year, but yeah, that was the intention.
Are you here for the whole season?
Yeah, we can do the whole season here. It's a new team, 23 events. Aleem drove with me twice last year, and we won one of the races. So, yeah, we're hoping we can continue in that trend.
Any other racing you're doing this season? I know you're a busy guy.
Yeah, I've got George King, if you remember, he's doing...
I do remember George, yes. He was very excited about going to do some more endurance, wasn't he?
He's doing Australian GT now in a team in Australia. So I'm going to go out there and be helping George. Yeah, I'll be doing bits in ELMS and bits and pieces all over the place. But we did the Dubai 24 as well. We did Asian Le Mans. So it's been pretty busy. So I'm looking forward to a couple of weeks off after this.
You shipped George King off to Australia, is that what I just said?
Yeah, he's back where I used to live. So I will go and help him at the second event. at Sydney Motorsport Park. But he obviously raced here. He won this championship 2 years ago, and it's propelled him into a professional career. So Ultimate Cup is the place to be.
Well, what a way to finish an interview. Hey, look, good luck for the race. We'll speak to you, I'm sure, during the race.
Thank you very much.
Lovely. Guys, we are getting kicked off the grid. The moment that I always talk about, where the whistles start blowing and I have to come off the grid and head into the pit lane to chat to the drivers in between their sessions, in between driver changes, all sorts. So make sure you stick with us. Back to our commentators.
Yes, James Winslow there with the new Team 23 Events Racing, split off. It's sort of a splinter of the MV2S racing team after co-owner Christoph Cresp decided to part ways with his business partner and create a new team, 23 Events Racing. And so James Winslow moving away from the Graf team that he competed with last year and indeed in the Asian Le Mans Series over the winter. Now with this new team in sort of inverted commas, because although it's a new name, about 50% of the staff are actually from MV2S Racing. So it's still quite an experienced squad and a very good package for James Winslow and Alam Kashev to race with. Remember, James Winslow was racing with John Corbett last year, and they narrowly missed out on the MPO2 championship last year to the number 9 Graf Racing team. They were in the sister car at that point in the number 7. Graf Racing reducing their entries from 3 to 2. But conversely, CD Sport, who are celebrating 30 years of competition, here with 4 cars, with a flurry of young drivers from the UK and South Africa. Nick Adcock has been incredibly busy going back to his homeland and, well, telling everyone about the joys of the European Endurance Prototype Cup and the Nova MPO2. And so we've got 2 new drivers from South Africa, and I'm sure we will get to go over them in more detail as the race progresses. 1 minute board has been displayed. You can see the headlights and the floodlights really starting to dominate now as the sun dips below the mountainous horizon. There's still just a trickle of orange glow out there from outside the commentary box window, but it's going to get dark very quickly. We'll be racing into the sunset at the start of the 4 hours of Paul Ricard. Grid is being cleared and 23 cars will take to the formation lap. So let's run you through the grid in a little bit more detail. The number 8 Graf Racing car of Jimmy Cho starting on pole position. Alongside him will be the 154 Kojimo car of Erwin Creed. He's moved over from A&S Motorsport from last season to join the Kojimo team that was victorious at the end of last season. Then 2-time LMP3 champion across Le Mans Cup and European Le Mans Series, Adrian Chiller, starting the number 71 A&S Motorsport car. Alongside him is the number 20 from DB Autosport, being started by Philippe Lenoir. Then comes Alexandre Lafourcade in the 777 Lamo car, that's their lead car. And then in the 32, the highest of the CD Sport cars, is Arlan Boulain. Behind them we have the return of Naguti competition after Stéphane Ortelli's horrendous crash in the 6 hours of Portimao last season. The family-run team with Alban Naguti is back in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with Valentin Simonet starting this one. Then comes Alam Kashev. We were just hearing from his teammates, James Winslow, the number 28, 23 Events racing car. Then it is the second of the CD Sports cars, Michael Jensen, the Danish driver and good friend to Nick Adcock, who'll be taking the start. And then comes Christoph Cresp in the second of the 23 Events cars in number 27. Behind them in 11th and 12th, our 2 most recent champions in the MPO2 category. Eric Trulé in the number 9 Graf car. The reigning champion starts alongside number 51, Jacques Wolf, the 2023 champion for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Nick Adcock starts the number 30 CD Sport car in 13th. And then Frederic Morel, the number 17 Lamo car, starting in 14th position. Then comes Daniel Basora in the second of the DB Autosport cars. The Crullets from ANS Motorsport start in 16th position. It's Frederick starting the number 73. Rob Greenwood in the number 31 CD Autosport car lines up 17th, and then Philippe Thiron in the 555 Kogamo car. Number 4, Switch Racing, their endurance racing debut with Tim Bure at the wheel. Nicolas Chartier, he and teammate Stefan Rapp moving over from LMP3 in the number 57 Kogamo Racing car. Frederic Lacour moving over from GT Sprint over to Prototype Endurance for the second Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, number 25. The Yvonne family lines up in 22nd with in the number 72 with Jean-Francois Yvonne, the father of his 2 teammates. And then at the back of the grid, it's the Botches twins in the 70 ANS Motorsports car. It's Alexandre taking the start for this one. We enter a brand new era of the European Endurance Prototype Cup, now exclusive to the Nova NP02, a platform that continues to grow in popularity. Headlights ablaze here at the circuit Paul Ricard. The pace car will take a sharp exit stage right at Virage du Pont. The blue trimmed black number 8 Graf car starting on pole position on driver's left. The black and gold 154 car of Erwin Creed will start alongside him as we go racing into the sunset, and the lights being extinguished will signal the start of the 4 hours of Le Castellet. Great start by the number 71 of Adrian Schiller, already trying to come up on the inside and could lead into turn 1. Incredible start from the number 71 ANS Motorsport car. It's 3 wide going into the first corner with the pole sitter Jimmy Cho being really squeezed in the middle of the pack there, and I think it is the ANS car that has emerged in the lead. No, not quite, still side by side with the Kogamo car that started in second place, and Jimmy Cho has been able to recover those places, so he's being squeezed at turn 1, but side by side as Erwin Creed stuffs it down the inside at turn number 5, and Kogamo leads. They had the lead at the end of the final race last season. Dramas though for Nick Adcock in the number 30 CD Sport car. He's gone round at the hotel chicane. Not an ideal start for him, and not exactly a reward for bringing those drivers over from South Africa for this season. But the cars flurry their way down the Mistral now for the first time. Cars shuffling away, looked like the Naguti competition car was having to go defensive, but there's Erwin Creed in the lead of the race from Jimmy Cho. Turn 3 incident has been noted. I assume that's the one with Nick Adcock, and the car chasing them is Adrian Schiller in the number 71 car from ANS Motorsport. Fantastically exciting start to this race. In 4th position has emerged the number 20 DB Autosports car of Philippe Lenoir. But there is a bit of a gap back there. We saw the Valentin Simonet car going defensive against Alain Guichev side by side in Le Bousset further back. But what a first lap for Erwin Creed, right around the outside of turn 1 and then taking the lead into turn 5 with a very aggressive move. And I'm sure that Jimmy Cho decided that discretion was the better part of valor at the start of a 4-hour race. And remember as well, though, that Jimmy does need to get a bit of a shuffle on, because, as James Winslow was alluding to on the grid, that car is going to be very heavily handicapped at every single one of its pit stops. The maximum penalty of 64 additional seconds of stationary time in their pit stop, compared to the 154 car, which has only got 40 seconds because they are running a bronze, silver and platinum combination. And even that's still quite a hefty one as well. The one I've seen the most is 36 seconds for running 2 silvers and a bronze. So start of the second lap was only half a second that separated Erwin Creed and Jimmy Cho for the lead of the race. Only 1.3 seconds covering the top 3 with Adrian Schiller right in there as well in the number 71 car. Sharing that car with Paul Trajani and Belen Garcia, 2 silver class drivers. But Adrian has got so many credentials to his name. Le Mans Cup champion last year with David Drew, at Cool Racing, and David will be making an appearance later in this race for the number 9 Graf Racing crew. Won his European Le Mans Series title with Alex Garcia and Marcos Seber, though, also at Cool Racing the year before. No stranger to the Ultimate Cup paddock, though, racing in the Monoplus Series with the Graf Racing team a few years ago, but has done much of his racing with the Graf outfit. So Owen Creed continues to lead then. Remember as well, during this race there are 4 mandatory pit stops that the teams will have to complete, and usually in the last 15 minutes we'll find out who has done them all legally, basically. Number 28 car of Alem Geshev chasing the number 32 of Adrien Boulin. So that's changed a little bit since the start of the lap. That's Alain Boulin there in the number 32 car. Was racing in the Ligier JS Cup France with the Ultimate team last season. He's fending off Alain Geshev in 28, who is the reigning Radicals world champion. From the end of 2024. Being coached by James Winslow, of course. Noguchi competition, their resplendent number 99 car. They only got this car delivered 3 weeks ago and have been discovering it ever since. So Albon Noguchi will be back at the wheel of that car later on today. Cindy Goudet as well, coming over from GT4 competition. But right now it's Valentin Simonet, the Parisian 34-year-old, who has got a wealth of racing experience to his name. A motoring YouTuber. He did a video on the MPO2 2 years ago, and now here he is racing one, and racing it well at the moment as well, in 5th position. So the cars are now starting to settle into a rhythm, but we've still got some really close packs here. Coming through the 3rd sector, there is reigning champion Eric Choulet, currently in 6th position. And coming into the commentary box now and being absolutely fascinated by the wealth of information we have and the TV pictures, James Winslow from the grid to the commentary box. Welcome to the box.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yes, so, well, what was catching your eye there? You were very interested in what was happening in the race, being the racing driver you are.
I know, I've got 2 cars, 2 interests in this race. And Jimmy Chu started on pole position and is now 2nd, so I'm going to be intrigued to see how he finds his way past Edmund Creed.
Yeah, it was a really intense start, 3 wide going into the first corner. And I think Jimmy was just deciding that discretion was the better part of valor at the start of a 4-hour race. But only 1 second separating the top 3 now between Erwin Creed, Jimmy Cho and Adrian Chiller. You earmarked Adrian as somebody really to watch out for because he is rapid for a bronze driver.
Yeah, he's very quick. He's won Le Mans Cup and he's won a lot of these races. He's been around for a long time. It was interesting. I was on the grid there just before the start of the race, and I put my hands on the tyres. Obviously, we have tyre warmers. Jimmy's tyres were almost stone cold. Aleem had a little bit of temperature in his, but this will be them all building tyre temperature now, and they'll gradually get up to pace.
So speaking of tyres, of course, big change from last year, moving from the Michelins to the Goodyears. What's your feedback on them?
Yeah, it's interesting. This will be the first time I think anybody's done a 2-hour stint on one set of tyres. So I think the final hour on these tyres will be very interesting to see what the degradation's like. So yeah, I think watch this space. I think this order will be looking very, very different in 1 hour's time.
Oh, I'm sure it will be, especially once those minimum pit stop times kick in as well, as we have now a 4-way battle for the lead. Philippe Lenoir in the number 20 DB Autosport car has joined the party. It's 1.4 seconds that covers the top 4. And we thought that when we went over to the Novas, that it's only going to make the competition even better. And it is right now.
It's fantastic, yeah. Some of the drivers here are of like the best level in the world. You've got Prost, Matej Besch, people who have won Le Mans and been in WEC and LMP1 hypercar drivers equivalent of. So yeah, it's a very high standard and a very high standard of Pro-Am. And bronze drivers, champions from everywhere. So yeah, the series is growing and growing and growing, and it's great to see.
What's the peak grip of this new tyre like? Just going back to the tyres, what's the sort of peak grip like, and also how's it felt in some of the longer runs you've done so far?
It feels really good, to be honest. The Michelin is known to be a good tyre, but the Goodyear is every bit as good in my opinion. The first laps we did on it was a couple of weeks ago.
Jimmy Cho going for the lead here. So this is your boy James Winslow, and on the inside going into the first corner. Looked like he did get that move done. It was side by side going into the first corner. Yeah.
Our breath into turn 3. Is Jimmy in front or not? Just gone purple on that previous lap, and he's in front. Excellent.
Yep, there he is. So going into the hotel chicane, confirmation of the change of the lead for Graf Racing. Now number 8, Jimmy Cho, takes the lead away from Erwin Creed. And you were saying he needs to kind of make hay while the sun's shining here, because they've got to be stationary for 64 seconds additional to the minimum pit stop time, whereas the Kokomo car behind them is only stationary for 40 seconds longer.
Yeah, so Jimmy needs to get his foot down now. His tyres are up to temp. You can see the grips rising. You can see the car bouncing through the grip, and he was purple on that last lap, and I would expect you to see 59s coming from him pretty soon. I expect him to pull out a gap now.
Adrian Schiller's just taken second place away from Erwin Creed here, so it looks like it's starting to unravel for the Kojimo driver. His first race with that team, having moved over from A&S Motorsports the year before. But new race leader there, Jimmy Cho, and now Adrian Schiller in second position. Erwin Creed down to third. And we wait to see if Philippe Noir can also throw his hat into the ring for the podium places, because also closing up on them as well is Valentin Simonet and Eric Trulé as well. They're not too far behind, they're right there.
Yeah, it looks like Edwin Creed now had some good tyre pressure at the start of the race, and now he's just falling back a little bit. Jimmy's pulling away. Jimmy Chu, otherwise known as Chuntin Chu, and Adrian Schiller are pulling a gap now. So yeah, it'll be interesting now. It's going to be what the setup of the car and the driver itself, as opposed to the temperature of the cold tyre at the start.
And fastest lap of the race, despite doing that overtake into the first corner, 2:0.5, as Erwin Creed had to go a little bit defensive against the DB Autosports car. So you say that he's got his tyres up to pressure and temperature. Does that mean that Kojimo then, in the Erwin Creed car, have they gone for slightly earlier performance then in the tyre?
That's how it kind of looks to me, yeah. It looks like they were, maybe they left the pit lane later, so they kept the tyres in the oven for longer.
Is that sensitive?
What we tried to do, yeah, because you lose 10, 20 degrees, and then you can't build the temperature as quickly. So yeah, even if you lose 5 degrees at this critical stage, the tyre's designed to switch on, I would say, at 15 degrees. That's when it starts to build temperature. If it's at 10 degrees, it's dark. We're in near Marseille, upper mountain, so it's not the warmest place to be at this time of year. So for sure, the tyres were cold, and now we'll see the true performance of the cars coming like in the next 5 laps as the pressures come up.
The weather has been lovely this weekend, we must say. During the day, it's been lovely and warm, and when the sun was setting just now, I felt the need to take my jacket off. But it must be said, once the sun goes down, the temperature does plummet, and I can only imagine that these cars are going to be very sensitive to that.
100%, yeah. And as we go through the night, it'll get colder and colder. We haven't actually done it in night practice, so very hard for the engineers to get pressures right and tyre pressures right and tyre temps right. So definitely not an easy race driving in from evening into 11 o'clock at night, which is obviously going to get cooler and cooler and cooler as we continue on.
So is it just guesswork then, or or is it educated guess?
Educated guessing, yes.
Or as Deadpool would say, an educated wish. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Of course, Eric Trulé, that we can see on the screen now, reigning champion, pipped you to the title at the end of last season. Was your teammate at the time. Presumably, you're looking to go one better.
Yeah, I'm obviously driving the... I forgot what number car I'm in now. I'm driving the number 28 this year. Yes. Changed teams. I'm with 23 events with Alim Gishev, who's currently in 10th position, and green every sector as his tyres warm up as well. I was with him last year. We won in Portimao. I was with John Corbett for the majority of the season, and we were leading the championship up until the penultimate round, and then we had a few a few off-track excursions in the beginning of the race, so we didn't actually win the championship in the end. We kind of almost threw it away and lost it in the last 2 rounds. But we're back again for another go. Hoping John Corbett will come back and join us at some point. Alim's doing a good job now. He's putting in some good sets of times, and he's running only 1 second off of Jimmy Chu at the front of the pack. So the number 28, 23 events car is making its way back into the race, 15 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, so tell us about how this came about. So the 23 events team is a sort of spin-off of MV2S Racing, isn't it? Because Christophe Cresp has decided he wanted to set up his own race team, and as I understand it, it's about half the staff that have come from that team. Yeah, I'm still learning it all myself, to be honest. I didn't know the team previously, so it all came about quite late. But it's been they've made it possible to get me back on the grid with Alim. And as I said, Alex Bokanstov will join us as well. So I think we'll make a very strong lineup. The first round was all a little bit rushed, put together last minute, but we'll get stronger and stronger as the season goes on. Absolutely. So what are those first few days with the new team like? Yeah, you're not sure who's competent, who's who is and who isn't, but thankfully they are. So as time goes on, I'm sure we'll be very strong. Sister car there, we just saw a look of there, the number 27, which is Christophe Cresp, running very well in 7th position at the moment. So clearly the cars are still very fast. Yeah, Christophe's doing a fantastic job. I've only just noticed that myself. He's up to 7th. I think he passed Alim, and he's pumping in some good lap times as well. So yeah, they've got their car hooked up and are doing a good job. And Jimmy Chu's doing a good job now to pull out a 2.6 second lead. So he's obviously settling in nicely now. And worth pointing out, he is the lead ultimate car, which is the class for all bronze lineups, of which there are 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. And the top one at the moment, 7th overall. The car second place in that class, Philippe Thiron, the 555 Coachmo car, is currently under investigation for overtaking outside of the track. Easily done here when there's so many big runoff areas and quite easy ways to make an easy penny, so to speak. Yeah, easy way to get a penalty. And you're hoping when it's dark that, if you do cut by mistake, that no one saw it. The darker it gets. That's true. I suppose it is quite a bit harder for race control to try and monitor things in these night races as well, because we've been talking about it all weekend. There are floodlights here, but as you can see, it's hardly Yas Marina. No, it's much better than it used to be, and the lights are also better than they used to be. But it's still tricky. The lights on the cars or on the circuit? The lights on the cars are better than they used to be, but also the lights on this track, they didn't used to have any at all. And I remember coming here to do Le Mans 24-hour testing, and it was pitch black. It was scary dark, especially at such high speed. So now it's definitely a lot easier than it used to be here at the night time. I'm absolutely staggered sometimes when you see, especially the Le Mans cars. When you see the night and the light is just going out at like a 90-degree angle from the front of the car. The illumination is staggering. So you can see, so you can see the exit of the corner as you enter it, So to set the lights up so you can see ahead, basically. Great. That's your radio in there. You might have been able to hear that on the stream. Hopefully we're not giving away any insider secrets with that while the team is communicating. We were just talking about how easy it is to get a penalty. Drive-through penalty for Philippe Thiron in the 555 Coachmo car, overtaking outside of track limits at turn 5. I think that was on the opening lap, because I think Philippe got a little bit squeezed out. And has actually just made up a place overall into 14th on Frederic Morel. Got a little bit squeezed out and ended up coming back on the circuit ahead of where he came off of it. Yeah, race control, never a fan of that, overtaking off track and gaining an advantage. The best thing to do is back off the gas, let that guy back through again, and hope you don't get called by the stewards. So Alexandre Lafocard here, just in the back of his train, we can see in 8th position, so it's Christophe Cresp, the car ahead. I'm just starting to drop back a little bit. Now, team managers from car 4, 30 and 777. Now, I can't imagine what that is about. I can't. 4 and 777 are line astern at the moment. Is that the first lap contact potentially that saw Nick Adcock go for a spin at the hotel chicane? Perhaps those were the other 2 cars involved, and race control wants to take a look at that. So we'll try and keep on top of any penalties that come through as a result. James, I hear a lot of drivers talk about the need to adapt, especially across the stint, especially a race like this. As you say, we've started in the evening, we're going well into the night, the track is going to be changing lap by lap, let alone stint to stint. How important is that adaptability?
It's very important. Yeah, that's probably the difference between the good and the very good, is to adapt to the condition, the tyre. Obviously the brakes, you have to be playing with a brake bias, because 4 hours on one set of brake pads and one set of discs, you run more front brake bias percentage, so the front pad wears more, so you have to wind the bias slowly forward through the race to keep the same balance of braking. Yeah, obviously tyre degradation. In this particular series we only get 2 sets of tyres, so 2 sets of tyres do 4 hours, so one set does 2 hours. So yeah, maybe you don't want to push too hard in the beginning. We're still learning this new Goodyear tyre, which is very good, but we're still seeing how good the peak is in qualifying compared to the 200-kilometre pace, what tyre pressure it needs. Yeah, it's a complicated science experiment to get the tyre working at its peak performance.
I'm absolutely staggered how you lot managed to just compute all of that lap by lap. You're like robots sometimes, but like super sophisticated ones, very convincing ones, like the Terminator. Fastest lap of the race just been done by Adrian Chiller, 2 minutes 0.0. So closed in about half a second on race leader Jimmy Cho on that previous lap, but the gap's still around 2.4 seconds, so nothing for Jimmy to have to worry about just yet. But I'm sure that's a lap time that Graf are sort of going to be raising an eyebrow at.
It's interesting because this year they've changed not much compared to last year, but they've changed the fuel capacity, so you're allowed to run, as long as you're running the homologated tank, there isn't a minimum amount of fuel you're allowed in that tank. So possibly Jimmy has more fuel on board, possibly Adrian's lighter. Obviously they're both doing a fantastic job driving wise, but yeah, there's a few little things that have changed. Do you burn out your tyre and push full speed to start with? Are you running more fuel than the other guy? I think we find out quite soon when it comes to the first fuel stops.
Yeah, they can do just over an hour, can't they, on a full tank?
Yeah, it's 1 hour, and then I think last year it was limited to 100 litres of fuel, and now you can squeeze more in. So we're not 100% sure how much more we squeeze in, but you can take the balls and the foam that's inside the fuel tank to make the fuel tank slightly bigger. So maybe we may see 1 hour 20, 1 hour 10 on a green track, which means there's less fuel stops through the entire race, especially with a safety car thrown in or a full course yellow here and there.
Because it has to be said, although there's 4 mandatory pit stops, you don't necessarily have to refuel in all of them. First car coming in, though, is for drive-through penalty. So that's Philippe Diron from, I think, just got up into 12th position, actually. So Philippe was making good progress, but now it's all going to be hampered by this drive-through penalty for overtaking outside of the track on the first lap. So you don't necessarily have to come in for fuel every time you come into the pits. You can just do the minimum time. I've seen some teams, they just come in, sit there, tick off that last box, and then drive back out again.
Yeah, so normally at Paul Ricard you can't do your compulsory pit stop and fuel at the same time because of the way the pit lane is laid out. Some of the way to enter the pit bay is in the middle of the pit lane, so some teams used to be the other side of the pit entrance, but now all the Novas are to the left, and so we can, for the first time, do a compulsory pit stop and a fuel stop at the same time. That's going to take a long time, and you go a lap or 2 down. Are you going to get that back again? So yeah, that's where the engineering, the strategist comes into play and earns his money at these moments.
Because last year you used to have to come in, do either the pit stop or the refuel first, go out and then come back in again.
Yes.
The following lap to do the other. But now we've sort of sorted that out because everyone's on the same side of the entrance.
Yeah, and this year, last year you could stop for fuel only on the safety car, but for this year you can't stop immediately when the safety car comes out. You have to do 1 lap behind the safety car. So that, I think that's going to mean if a safety car comes out and bunches everyone up, the top 8, because there's only 8 fuel Bowsers, I think the top 8 will come straight in for fuel. And if you're the 9th car, you probably shouldn't come in because you'll be stuck in a traffic jam with a fuel Bowser.
How much have you got to coordinate with other teams? Because as there are only 8 places to refuel. And just to explain this, like, this is very much a first step on the ladder for prototype and endurance racing. So
It is.
what we don't want is teams trying to bring their own equipment and putting themselves at risk, and others really, with refueling equipment that they don't necessarily have the capacity to handle. Because we've got, I mean, teams like Nagati, which is run by 12 people and just friends and family, basically.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to see them live refueling.
No, exactly. Motorsport's got extremely expensive. It's always been expensive, but since COVID, it's gone up ridiculous amounts. So in this series, the teams don't need to buy a €40,000 fuel bowser each per team. It keeps it safe. It keeps it out of the pit lane, and it's the same for everyone. Other series do this as well, and in my opinion, it works well and it's great. And yeah, it cuts costs, so it helps people like me get a job.
How much have your prices for coaching gone up since COVID?
Not enough.
You don't have to answer that question. Not enough was the right answer. So nearly 30 minutes into this first race of the season, and you can see the darkness has really taken over. Now the lead gap is incredibly stationary. You're pointing at the time screen because your boy Alam Gashev in the number 28 car is just done a personal best at 2:01.1. Currently 9 seconds behind the next car, which is Alexandre Lafourcade, which is where the sort of lead group is starting. But that's good pace?
I think that indicates we've got our tyre pressures a bit too low to start this race, because if we're green doing personal bests and the only one really doing that in the entire field, probably means our tyre pressures were a bit low, and now Alim's coming into the magic window on the tyre and he's closing in on that top 8.
Okay, so this is the kind of stuff that I've never even thought about, because to be honest, I don't understand tyres. I don't think many people really do, and especially the tyre pressures and how they actually work and how they affect the car. Because I may do a bit of iRacing, but I get all my setups from other people. I don't work on them myself.
Yeah, no, it's a key part of it, and to be a pro, and yeah, you coach people and help people, but to be honest, there's a huge part of it is being able to set the car up and learn all these things over a career and pass them down to someone like Jonathan Chu, who's leading this race. I've been teaching him setup skills. He's a very fast driver. He's got that naturally, but you have to learn the other skills on what roll bars do and what third elements do, and setting the right heights of the car and making the car fast so you can show your potential.
This is the closest battle on track at the moment between Valentin Simonet and Eric Trullet for 5th position overall. So it's 99 Nagati competition and number 9 Graf, and Valentin Simonet, who we were talking about earlier, the motoring YouTuber, but no stranger to prototype competition, has done a couple of races in the Duqueine Engineering Ligier in the French Prototype Championship, and also the JSP4 in the Ligier European series. So he's, I think, first time probably racing the Nova. He did a video on the Nova, so he's got a little bit of work done there. But as you can see now, Eric Trullet has just made that move on the Nagati competition car, and I'm going to keep saying it. Great to have Nagati back with us after Stéphane Ortelli's rather horrendous crash that destroyed the car in the 6 hours of Portsmouth almost a full year ago. That's how long they've been out of the game because of that one crash. Looks like it's closing up for 3rd as well, with Philippe Lemoire closing in on Erwin Creed. James, you were talking about tyre pressures. Fastest lap of the race just been done by Jimmy Cho, 1:59.9, our first sub 2-minute lap, and stretching the gap out to 4.2 now.
And that goes to show you in qualifying, I think the fastest lap was a 56, so we're still 3 seconds away from the ultimate lap time. Tyres will be a little bit degraded, but that's more the fuel. You're carrying 110, 120 litres of fuel roughly, which I guess is 100 kilos or 110 kilos, something like that. So the weight makes a huge difference in these cars. They're lighter than other prototypes, which is why we love them so much. They handle so well and so nice in the corners. But yeah, a full tank of fuel versus an empty car, yeah, there's a big difference in the feeling and the fun factor and the performance.
Does them being lighter make them more susceptible to the wind? Because it's been very gusty here this weekend. I've heard about drivers not being able to take Scene Corner flat out in qualifying because there was a big tailwind yesterday.
We were 7 kilometers quicker into Scene than we were at any other point in the week in the testing. So a corner that was flat just became very scary, not flat. So yes, the answer to your question is the wind makes a huge difference on any aero car, but probably more so on a lighter car, and where the air is so dependent on the floor and the aero. So when you have a wind behind you, it's like you're running less rear wing. It's because you're not, and then when you're driving into a headwind, it's like you've got more wing, and it's pushing the car down and creating more downforce. So when we're driving in qualifying yesterday, you could brake later at turn 1 because you're into a headwind, so you had to find that extra 5 or 7 meters on the brake, because 1, you're going slower into a headwind, and 2, you have more grip from the downforce from the wind. And then coming into the chicane on the back straight, now you're going 5-6 kilometers quicker than at any other point. You have to brake that 5 meters earlier there, and again, back to what you said earlier, the adapting. You have to adapt and know these things, experienced them in the past, and then execute them on the circuit.
And it is particularly gusty here this weekend, I must say. We were rather, I was about to say, blown away, completely unintentionally as well. But we were when we got here. In fact, I was carrying my suitcase down the paddock, and it nearly took off in my hand. It got so gusty.
Yeah, very windy. Just before the qualifying was extremely windy, wasn't it? It calmed down a little bit, thankfully. A little bit calmer today, I think.
But the beauty of Paul Ricard, I guess, is the main straight and the back straight are almost completely perpendicular. So you can quite easily think about into this corner it's this, and then into the other corner it's that. Right, this is 2 CD Sport cars. You were pointing at the screen there. Is that Nick Adcock just getting past his old buddy Michael Jensen there?
Adcock working his way back up after his little spin on the first lap.
Yeah, and we can see it on the screen now, Michael Jensen in 33, just behind now Nick Adcock. Of course, these two were sharing a car last year. Now they've split their ways. CD Sport celebrating 30 years of competition, hence the car number 30 on Nick's car, and a 4th entrant as well.
Michael Jensen now an LMP2 champion, and Nick Adcock obviously won the LMP3 ELMS championship. So yeah, 2 friends there. Not driving together at this event, but we'll be driving together again in the future. Great couple of guys. I see them at just about every single race I've been to for the last 15 years. If I don't see them at the racetrack, then you know there's something wrong.
Was Michael in the LMP2 in Asian Le Mans, was he?
Yes. Yeah. And they won the championship, so it was his first drive in a P2, and they won Asian Le Mans Series.
Well, that's a pretty good way to start things over, especially he'd only just won the LMP3 championship in ELMS as well, so that's a good 12 months for Michael Jensen.
Them 2 win everything they touch. They do it in a smart way. They drive smart.
Nick Adcock is wasting no time at all here. He's already on the back of Jacques Wolf, a former champion in the Novas here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Car number 51 from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, with 2 cars here as well, with the 25 also being run by them as well. So Jacques Wolf already coming under pressure, and it's worth reminding everyone as well that the majority of these are the bronze drivers that are out on track.
Adrian Chiller doing a particularly good job, I think, in my opinion, because Jimmy is a very fast silver, and Chiller's 3.5 seconds behind and still going green. I think he's, at the moment, they're looking like a very strong lineup there, because he has the 2 silvers joining him.
Nick Adcock trying to get around the outside of the first corner on Jacques Wolf, and Wolf was having absolutely none of that going into turn 1, so he's repelled the CD Sport driver for a few more corners, but Nick seems to really have the bit between his teeth at the moment. Last lap was a 2:04. He was actually ahead of the timing line of Jacques Wolf there, so he was lapping about a second and a half quicker than the former champion. It looks like he's got a good run here down the Mistral.
He does, he's in the slipstream. Jacques Wolf is notoriously hard to overtake. We've experienced that ourselves in the past. He's very good at defending, driving and making the car very wide, so looks like Nick's going to put it off.
Down the inside into the chicane, and is almost car length and a half ahead by the time they actually get to the apex. So Nick Adcock driving very beautifully out there at the moment, and so that puts him up into 12th position. Bearing in mind he was last at
done a great job
at turn 3 on the first lap. Yeah, he's done an absolutely cracking job out there. Car that has just come out of pit lane is the number 17 Lamo car, Carol Frisch. Where is the number 17? So Carol Frisch the Swiss driver, car he shares with Enzo Richer, the reigning Formula Cup champion. I would imagine that's one of the standard pit stops, because he's already ticked off one on the mandatory amount. So whether that was scheduled or not, it's gone towards the final count. Also coming into the pits is Alexandre Lafourcade in the 777 Lamo car. So that's both Lamo cars that have come in early. So does that mean they've short-fueled it, basically? Because 34 minutes into a race.
Unless they got rid of a mandatory early, but I think, yeah, with the rules now where you can't stop under full course yellow to get rid of a mandatory, yeah, maybe they've had a mandatory and set some tyre pressures differently or made a small setup change. I'm not 100% sure. It does seem early.
Frédéric Croulet for A&S Motorsport, number 73, also making his way past Jacques Wolf, and so that demotes the Swiss racer down to 14th position. And Frédéric Croulet is actually flying at the moment because he's just gone faster than the race leader, a 2:02.9 on that previous lap, while Jimmy suddenly dropped into the 2:03.0. So that's cracking pace from Fred Croulet aboard number 73. And
that would make sense if some of the teams jacked up the tyre pressures and planned on an early compulsory pit stop to get away from the cold start of the race. That would make sense. Maybe that's what a couple of those guys are thinking.
Third year now racing the MP02, was third in the ultimate class last year, was Fred Croulet, and now being joined by family member Gregoire, so no longer in that ultimate category.
I see Edwin Creed has just dropped back to 4th place.
Yes, he has. Philippe Lenoir has moved up to 3rd. So that is a change for the podium places. DB Autosport now up into 3rd place. Seeing that the 777 Lafourcade car had its front nose changed as well, thanks to a handy-dandy photograph from Claire Cottingham down in the pit lane. So that's a change there. Switch Racing here. This presumably this is their first live racing pit stop. Oh, excuse me, it was the back of the car, not the front nose, excuse me. But yeah, presumably this is the first live pit stop, and that doesn't look very promising, does it?
No, getting pushed back into the box this early into the race is never a good sign. So there must be something there they want to look at in the box and fix to try and get that car back out on track again, hopefully.
Oh, this is such a shame for Switch Racing, the drift and stunt team that has expanded into circuit racing for the first time. This is their debut weekend. You can see the GT4 Porsche that they've been racing in the GT Sprint Cup as well. And it looks like, sadly, for Tim Bure, that car's going to spend a bit of time in the garage. And of course, we were looking forward to seeing Bruce Giuani take the wheel of that car alongside Nico Ferrarin as well, especially the latter having just won the French Light Championship. So hopefully we'll see that car back out on track a little bit later.
Nick Adcock is flying up to 11th now from last place and just stuck in his fastest lap at this stage in the race. He's definitely come back.
Yeah, absolutely. Lapping nearly 2 seconds quicker than Alain Boulin in front of him as well, his teammate in 32. And that's the Ligier GS Cup France driver. I dare say Nick has a bit more experience than him, so that would explain the pace difference. So that 6.7 second gap between the two teammates will probably come down rather quickly, I'd have thought.
Yeah, and a few cars opting to pit again. Michael Jensen has now come in for a pit. And Timothy Bure.
Tim Bure is in the switch car that was being pushed into the garage, but the Michael Jensen car, yes, 33 CD Sport car that he shares with Tate Bishop, which is one of the drivers that Nick Adcock has been able to bring over from South Africa. Basically, he goes back to South Africa, tells everyone, these Novas and this championship's great, come over, and he brings over some young drivers like Tate Bishop and also Maxwell Dodds as well, the young Brit who is making his prototype debut.
He tested with us a couple of weeks ago and he was very fast. So yeah, he's a young talent to look out for as well.
Yellow flags out at turn 14. Which is the penultimate corner. They've been rescinded now, but I do wonder if any of our cameras caught what happened. I can only assume it was a sort of harmless spin, given how long the yellows were out for. But we'll see if there are any lap times that look askew from that one. And yeah, there's work going on at the front of that switch racing car. There's also work going on at the back. That's Bruce standing up on the right-hand side there.
Bruce Joanne was a Formula 3 champion, wasn't he, back in the day? I remember him from when I was racing Formula 3 in the UK. He was a very highly rated driver. It'd be a shame if we don't see him out in the race.
He won the Formula Parma Audi as well, if memory goes back then.
Yeah, I remember he had a huge crash at Thruxton in British F3, that's what I remember.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what made him famous, really.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But raced up to the World Series by Nissan, it was back then, before making his Le Mans debut. And then eventually came back to Formula Renault after that, and then started making more of his career in the automotive television world. Of course, Top Gear France presenter, and now a very welcome voice in the pit lane for the World Endurance Championship.
Okay. Alain Guchev now is still going green. He's doing a very good job. He's closed the gap 6 seconds off the guy in front now, and he's up to 8th place, and he's still the only green laps on the screen. So those tyre pressures are finally look like they're finally coming to work now.
1.2 seconds quicker than Christophe Cresp on that previous lap. So two teammates there that are about to get quite close together in 27 and 28. I assume number 23 was taken for 23 events. Thought you would have bagged that one. For that team. Maybe that's more of a question for Christoph. Right, Claire Cottingham is down in pit lane, and I think we can hear who she's got for us.
Such disappointment from the Switch team, I know. I mean, talk me through what happened out there.
Well, team had a good start. We had a complicated beginning of the week. We couldn't drive much, so we haven't got a real idea of where we are with the car. We still had to fix the car 5 minutes before the start, so that's why we were starting so far back. And team had a good start. We started 19th. He was P9, so that was good. Unfortunately, the team is new, and we just got the car, so we had the backlights that were switching on and off, so we had to pit in to fix that. We have a little bit of damage on the car as well from the start, so we had to fix that as well.
Everything to contend with out there. You are a new team, of course, but it's lovely to have you on the grid. How has the Ultimate Cup experience been so far, apart from obviously your car sitting in there?
Well, I'm sure the next race will be better. That's for a start. But I know it's great. I mean, the grid is amazing. There's so many cars, and it's super competitive. It's super tight. So I'm super happy to be here, and happy to be helping the team to start this new season.
I was going to say, what made you come to Ultimate Cup? Was it the grid and who you'd be competing against?
No, it was just the idea to drive again. That's it.
I was going to say, we haven't seen you driving for a while. Has it been, well, you haven't gone out there yet, but will it be nice once you can get out there? Yeah,
well, actually, the last race I had done was a Ultimate Cup final here 5 years ago. Oh. And we won, so that was good.
That's always good.
I thought I was going to finish on a win. That would be perfect for the end of my career. But I had a call again, and I was like, okay, I think I need to drive. I want to drive, so that's why I'm here, to have fun.
You can never not scratch that itch, can you?
No, somehow it doesn't go away. So yeah, I'm here, and maybe in 5 years' time, if I get another call, might be there again.
How confident are you this car's getting back out today?
Oh, it's going to go back out for sure. And for us, it's important because we haven't got any mileage yet on the car, so we need to go out there and learn. We might even use it as a test session, really.
Okay, well, good luck. Let's see how it goes, and I hope you get out soon.
Thank you, and see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. We rejoined the lead battle, which has closed up quite dramatically a couple of laps ago. Jimmy Cho either struggling with pace or struggling with some traffic because Adrian Chiller suddenly has arrived on the rear end of that number 8 Graf Racing car. And as you can see, the gap that was 3.2 seconds now down to barely a couple of cars lengths.
Yeah, Jimmy, I saw he had a slow lap there. I think he got held up in traffic. It gets quite hard to see the cars on the television at night, but you can see Jimmy's car with the blue highlights on and the fluoro yellow JWR sign there.
Yep, that's really handy. I do like the luminous yellow cars that have that. And Adrian was flashing his lights there at Jimmy, typical racing driver.
Yeah, I think he's trying to put some pressure on him and force him into an error, but Jimmy's holding his head at the moment, and now he's picked up the pace again, so he's back into it. So these guys have almost a 10-second lead over third place.
Switch racing back out onto the circuit. That's really great to see. So I can only assume that Tim Bure has stayed at the helm of that car. The pace of the top two in general has been really, really strong. They are 9 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Philippe Lenoir in third position for DB Autosport.
Slow first sector there for Christopher Crisp. I wonder what happened there. That means a Lehman for 7th and 8th place would be quite close, I think.
Well, he's within a second now of Valentin Simonet for Neguti. I think they were quite close together earlier, weren't they? And yeah, Alem trying to close down that gap. And last time around was a second quicker than the pair of them. The gap down to 5 seconds between those 3 cars. So you would assume that Alem will arrive on the scene, especially if they start squabbling.
Yeah, I think they're squabbling. He's lost 4 seconds in that first sector.
Right, so this is 51 being chased by the 555 Philippe Thiron.
So Crisp has a problem, I would say.
Yeah, yes, 45 seconds in the middle sector compared to 38 seconds. So that's about a 7-second loss that Christophe Cresp has just had. We didn't see any yellow flags out during that time. So no obvious reason why he would be slow. And he's come into pit lane as well. So Christophe Cresp in the number 27, 23 Events Racing car into pit lane after a very slow middle sector there, and now we can see the pit stop. He's getting out of the car and sort of shaking his head. He looks a bit miffed at himself, maybe.
He was driving extremely well and doing some good lap times, and he closed in on the 6th place car. So yeah, we didn't see it on camera. I'm not sure if there was an incident there or what's happened, but they look like they're going to change the tyres and get back on with it.
Well, I'm sure Claire will be making her way down to the 23 Events garage and hopefully finding out, hopefully finding someone who speaks English and finding out what happened to Christophe Cresp at the end of that stint. But for now, the driver change is happening. So handing over the car to Maxence Maurice, another bronze driver. Yes, in the midst of all this, I totally forgot. I was supposed to let you go. James Winslow, thank you so much for coming into the box and having a chat with us. And we wish you and LM all the best for the rest of this race.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed it.
All right, great. I hope I've turned you into a co-commentator for when you hang up your boots and gloves.
I'll come and help you again.
Good man.
In the future. Thank you very much.
All right, cheers. Cheers, James. James Winslow from 23 Events Racing. Very good of him to join us for the first 50 minutes or so of this race. And of course, we wish them best of luck for the remaining 3 hours and 13 minutes of the 4 hours of the Castellet to open up the season for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. His teammate Maxence Maurice in the Sister 27 car will shortly be making his way back out on track. So that's 2 bronze drivers in that lineup, qualifying them for the ultimate category. As Maxence part of the winning lineup from Magny-Cours last year. Remember CD Sport running 1-2 with Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Inborg leading. It ran out of fuel with only a lap and a half to go, and so the sister car took over the lead, got to win with his son Louis, and also Christophe Carrière there as well. That was a I'm sure, a particular highlight of the season for him, as well as doing Road to Le Mans with the MV2S Racing team. Spent an awful lot of time in Porsche Carrera Cup France as well as Maxence. So he's ticked off one of those 4 mandatory pit stops. Jimmy Cho at the lead of the race, re-establishing his advantage. Now, is that a change of position between Erwin Creed and Eric Trulé? Because we saw the number 9 car there, the reigning champion, and he was only half a second behind the Kojimo car at the start of the lap, and I dare say that he's got past it on this one. We'll get confirmation when they go over the timing line, but that does indeed look like 4th position now for Eric Trulé. And yes, it is confirmed over the timing line now. So 14 seconds off the race lead, but off a silver class driver. Racing Spirit of Le Mans in action in the pit lane with their number 25 car. So the 25 that was started by Frédéric Lacour, now being handed over. So Frédéric Lacour, former midget racer, but has spent the last couple of years in the GT Sprint Championship here in the Ultimate Cup Series with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team with the Ferrari 488 Challenge. Was 3rd in his class at the end of last year with 6 wins to his name, now stepping over to the prototype element of the Swiss outfit and handing over to one of his silver class drivers, either Sasha Klavedeccia or Christian Jorgensen. Sasha Klavedeccia, a exciting talent that we saw emerge at the end of last year with Lamo Racing. So we are coming up to the end of the first hour shortly, in about 10 minutes time. So that is the other Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, the 51, that has emerged back out onto the racetrack, chasing Nicolas Chartier in 57, which is the other Kojimo car. And that is for 12th position as it stands. Hearing from pit lane that the problem for the 27 car was something to do with fuel, so I almost wonder if it was starting to run light on fuel, and they had to, Christoph Kresp had to coast a little bit to the end of that lap. Maybe they didn't quite have the amount of fuel in there that they thought that they did. Jack Wolf still behind the wheel of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Nicolas Chartier, the car in front, and now we see the 72 of Jean-Francois Yvon, and so the Yvon family back with us after making a couple of appearances at the end of last season with the ANS team. Jean-Francois, the father of the two sons, Alexandre and Adrien. Jean-Francois has made quite a few appearances at the Le Mans 24 Hours, including with the Pescarolo and BMW Sauber. Back of the hood coming off of the 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. So Jacques Wolf had just brought that car into pit lane, and the torches are out. checks being done. They seem happy with it, and so maybe they can actually get this done in their minimum stationary time and not actually lose anything as a result of having to do that check. But there was definitely something they were looking at on that back rear, that back right corner, I should say, in order to just see if they were happy with it. But they are happy with it, and so they're going to send Jacques Wolf on his way and tick off one of those mandatory pit stops as well. But 53 minutes into the race, getting a lot of track limits warnings being thrown out there. The latest one going to Tim Bure in the Switch Racing car number 4. That after spending some time in the garage is sadly last at the moment, and 3 laps behind the next car, which is Michael Jensen, another car that I think came in with some sort of issue. Frédéric Croulet there in the green-tipped A&S Motorsport car, chasing Alain Boulin, the CD sports car, and diving on the inside into the first corner. That is a change of position. That is for 9th. So Frédéric Croulet moving ahead of Alain Boulin. And Alain, I believe, making his prototype debut. Having come over from the Ligier JS Cup France Championship. 2 silver class drivers alongside him in that car from France. So I expect to see that car moving forward. That, I believe for his teammate Augustin Bernier, this is going to be his prototype debut. Not so for Jules Heriot, having run in the Funyo series. Into the pits from 4th position, Eric Choulet, reigning champion in the number 9 Graf car. They're boxed quite high up on the pit lane, so it's not far before he has to swing it right into the box. And there is a driver change going on there. So I'll just check for 2 bronzes and a gold. The bronze drivers have a minimum of 50 minutes per driver. So Eric Choulet in this first stint has completed his minimum drive time, and I assume is going to be handing over to the other bronze driver in that car, Quentin Joseph, who we saw out for a couple of meetings last year. Last year was his first year of car racing, having taken into midgets and done some LMP3 track days before making his race debut in that category in Mugello with the Ultimate Cup Series with Cool Racing. Was sharing that car with David Drew for both of the rounds that he did. Got a bit more experience in that car with Cool Racing after it rebranded to CLX Motorsport, and with David Drew in the Prototype Winter Series. Backed a few podium finishes together, and of course it's him and David that are also in that car. So David's brought him over into the Novas as well, and getting the Belgian bronze driver a little bit more prototype experience. We'll see where their partnership takes them in terms of prototype racing as the months progress. Didn't get confirmation from anyone whether they're heading to Barcelona on Monday for the European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup prologue. I've done this much later than I normally do, but also let's just say a quick hello to everyone watching on the YouTube live stream. Thank you very much for joining us for the 4 hours of Le Castellet. Of course, I can see a lot of support for the South African drivers, also for Belen Garcia, who will be out later in the race as well, for Oscar Pitar as well. and some people curious about switch racing as well. So great to see that support in there. Some support from CD Sport as well. And I can see a couple of questions about the what cars these are. So the Nova MP02. These are not LMP3 cars. It's an LMP3 style car from the Nova brand. So if you remember Norma, before it was bought by Duqueine, it's established by Norbert Santos, was Norma, and his daughter and a close family friend, so Camille Gatro Santos and Guillaume Roux, established the Nova brand after Norma was bought by Duqueine. They debuted the MP02 here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup in 2021. And just to give you the specs on it, it is very similar to an LMP3 car in that it has around 460 brake horsepower from a Ford 5-litre V8 6-speed gearbox, but is 110 kilograms lighter than an LMP3 car. And so with a little bit less downforce than the P3 car, it is a very equivalent performance, but drivers absolutely adore it because of its light nature, and it's just a joy to drive. And that's why we've got so many regular faces from LMP3 joining us for the MP02 category. We did used to have LMP3 cars running alongside this. Now they have a separate championship, and European Endurance Prototype Cup going all in on the Novas as well, one of the few places really you can run these guys. It's the Prototype Winter Series, and across Europe this is pretty much it. And so it is definitely a very attractive platform. We're coming up to the end of the first hour, and I noticed there that Jimmy Cho, in that number 8 leading Graf car, the right rear light was flickering a little bit down the straight. Hopefully that was just a sort of trick of the camera lens or something, because we wouldn't want to see any mechanical flags coming out for lights not working. I know that race control can often be very stringent on that sort of thing. It looks all good now, but as we come to the end of the first hour, it is Jimmy Cho who leads for the number 8 Graf Racing crew by 13 seconds now over Philippe Lenoir after the pit stop from the second place car of Adrian Chiller, and Erwin Creed currently third for Coach Mo Racing. Let's take a look back on what's happened in the first hour of this race. So we enter the second hour then of the 4 hours of Le Castellet in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, the first round of the 2025 season, the highlight of the first meeting of the season for the Ultimate Cup Series in Europe. And as it stands, it is the number 8 Graf Racing car that leads by 15 seconds now, with Jimmy Cho at the wheel, Philippe Lenoir for DB Autosport second, with Erwin Creed for Coachmo Racing at 154 in third position. We have had some of the front runners already come into pit lane. We've got a hive of activity in the pit lane at the moment because Nick Adcock for CD Sport, Frederic Croulet for ANS, Rob Greenwood for CD Sport, Valentin Simonet for Niguti, Alan Kashev just coming out of pit lane, Stéphane Rupp for Coachmo, Quentin Bassora for DB Autosport, and Jean-Francois Yvon for ANS Motorsport, all in pit lane at the moment. In terms of the ultimate category, the car that was leading, which was Christophe Cresp, now with Maxence Maurice at the wheel, seemingly had some sort of drama. That car is currently third in the ultimate category. It's been led by the 555 Coachmo car of Philippe Thiron with Alexandre Bochez that started last for ANS Motorsport, currently 7th overall. This is the number 31 CD Sport car that is in for a change. And 31, so that was started by Rob Greenwood in 17th position. And I think we caught the end of a driver change there. And so he'll be handing over I would imagine to his other bronze driver, Chris Short, the British driver. As I say, anyone with the 2 bronze drivers in the car only has to do a minimum of 50 minutes. So they've served that drive time, and sometimes it's more a question of working with the fuel rather than just going to the minimum drive time for the bronze drivers, because of course if they only did 50 minutes each, then they might have to do an extra fuel stop, which you want to avoid really. So it's worth taking the quote-unquote pain of having your slower driver in for a little bit. From second position, Philippe Lenoir into pit lane for DB Autosport. So he has the choice of handing over either to his silver class driver or the gold-rated Matthias Besch, but the rules there are a little bit different, because if you have two pros alongside you, then the bronze minimum drive time is 1 hour and 30 minutes. There's been an incident at turn 3 that has been noted. I didn't quite see what that was, but we'll potentially get news on that. There's a couple of CD Sport cars that are currently being looked at by race control. The team manager has been asked at 31 and 33, so that's Rob Greenwood and Michael Jensen at the moment. Into the pits comes the Lamo car, number 17. So that's second pit stop there. It's Carol Frisch who got aboard that car during the first stop. So the second of their bronze drivers who was with us at some point last year. So this is that incident down at turn 3 involving the Switch Racing car that was in the garage, and didn't quite see who the other car that it was up against was. It looked like one of the red-tipped cars, so unfortunately that's quite a lot of them. I wonder if it was the Lamo car that's just come into pit lane. Speaking of pit lane, top 2 now into pit lane. So long-time race leader Jimmy Cho, and now second place Erwin Creed, all coming into pit lane now as well. So it's about to get quite busy down in the box. Speaking of which, let's go down to Claire Gottingham in the pit lane.
Yes, I've come alongside two drivers that are probably incredibly jet-lagged, actually, because your teammate's just behind you as well from South Africa. Michael, you haven't gone out yet, but you've had quite a few issues out there, haven't you?
Yeah, starting on Thursday practice, we had some issues with the car. We didn't get much seat time, obviously, first time, the more laps, the better. We then had some, we sorted out the engine issues and went into practice with some handling issues, which went into qualifying and had some issues. So we made some changes to the car for the race, and it seems fantastic so far. Unfortunately, Nick got spun around in turn 3, and he recovered from the back of the grid, and I think he was up to 6 before his pit stop. So it's looking good, and we're excited to get into the car now to see how it's going to handle.
Yeah, Nick Adcock, your teammate, obviously, who started the race out there, as we saw, had an issue, which was quite rare from Nick, from what we see. So was it a touch that we saw? Who was it involving?
Yeah, we're not sure who it is involving, but it looked like he got hit from behind. He was doing everything that he could, and unfortunately somebody else took him out. But, those things happen, and it's how you bounce back from them, and he's done a brilliant job.
Like you say, a great recovery as well to get himself back up there. You guys, it seems like Nick's just bringing you all over from South Africa now. He's really sold Ultimate Cup to you, hasn't he? And for you guys, it's been like a 30-hour journey to get here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Nick's given us all the opportunity, and we've got a lot of sponsors involved that have got us here. But yeah, it's fantastic that we can come and race in the series, and looking forward to the rest of it. And yeah, it's a 25-hour trip for me, but when it comes to motorsport, it's all worth it.
Yeah, something like that, I'm sure. Have you raced in Europe a lot?
No, not really. I've raced in Europe many years ago. Done some karting in Europe, but not main circuit. This is my first opportunity. I've done the 24-hour of Dubai, but that's pretty much it. So excited to get in and this weekend sort of find my feet, and then hopefully just improve race by race.
With the issues that you've had with the car this weekend, is this more of a foundation learning race today?
No, we're still targeting the podium. When you're in the car, obviously you drive with what you've got, and the car seems good now. So you get in the car, push 100% and see where we are at the end. But I think as we go along, we'll build up and expect more and more every round.
And are you expecting to be here for all 6 rounds?
So far, the first 4 rounds are confirmed, and hopefully after this weekend, we can secure some more sponsorship for the final 2 rounds.
You're going, obviously, into the car in about half an hour's time. You'll be in there for about an hour with your 2 silver drivers. How are you feeling? Is this a track you enjoy? Have you liked practice on it so far in qualifying?
Yeah, obviously looking forward to getting in. Probably done about 250 laps on the sim and about 30 laps in real life, so loving it. And it's going to be the first time we go out at night, so that's going to be a bit of a challenge, but generally at night's good for me.
Well, I was going to say, you've done 24 hours of Dubai, and it does get dark there eventually, so it is a weirdly dark track, this one, though. You don't really have a lot of floodlights. Is that an issue?
No, it's fine.
Oh, so short but sweet. All right, fine. I think he wants to go racing.
In the car. We've got
all right. I know you've got... Right, we're done with this interview now. Thank you so much. Good luck for your racing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That immediately goes down in the top 3 Claire Gottingham pit lane interviews that we've done since the start of last year. Michael Stephen took him 1 to get in there and make an impression with Claire. Updates to what's been happening at the front of the field. Jimmy Cho has vacated the number 8 Graf racing car and is now Loris Kaibers. That is at the wheel of the car. The 23-year-old Swiss racer, the sim convert, before making his single-seater debut in 2018, winner of the Ultimate Club Monoplace Championship in the Formula Renault category, joined the Graf Racing team in 2021, had a couple of European Endurance Prototype Cup outings in 23. Before doing the full season last year, was 10th last year, but was moved across cars, helping to fill in for David Drew, who had cool racing duties at 2 rounds last year, Paul Ricard and Mugello. So hopefully it'll be a proper full season campaign for him in the number 8 car. though it is still Erwin Creed at the wheel of the 154 car. So let me check there, Joe, because they have bronze, silver and gold. So yes, I imagine Erwin's got to do the 1 hour 30. Where is it? We've got bronze, silver and gold. Yeah, minimum of 90 minutes in that car. And of course the time in pit lane isn't going to count to that as well. Yellow flags are out in the third sector at the moment. Why is that the case? Switch racing back into the pit lane. We're going to go full course yellow, and pit entry is going to close. So at 14 minutes past the hour, so in about 45 seconds time, we are going to go full course yellow. I think that because it's now been called, if you come into pit lane now, it's not going to count as one of your mandatory ones. But if you're already in pit lane, such as the 777 car, then that's really, really good timing for them. And this is probably going to win back a little bit of time for switch racing as well. But the yellow flags are out. We can't see why. Oh no, there's fire out of the back of the number 31 CD Sport car. The marshals attended to it straight away, and the driver is thankfully out of the car before that lick of flame started to show. So Christian Short having just got in, Chris Short having just got in that car, and we are now under full course yellow conditions. And wow, what a shame for Chris Short. He was so looking forward to the start of this season. We saw him out in a wildcard performance in LMP3, the win there with Wyatt Bricacek. And was with CD Sport for the Portimao 6 hour, but the number 31 car is out of the race with flame coming out of the back of it, and good work from the marshals there to attend to that as quickly as possible. And as always, we are eternally grateful to the marshals who allow us to go racing, giving up their time and efforts to help us in our pursuit of going racing. So sadly, that means that for Arthur Rogion, his prototype debut is going to have to wait until the next race in Mugello. Sadly, the GB3 racer from last year, the 18-year-old Frenchman, isn't going to get to go out in this race, sadly. And so, yeah, Rob Greenwood started the car, just handed over to Chris Short, and now that car is out of the race, and don't necessarily have the turn 11, which is Le Bousset, which is where Chris Short has parked the car. So we are under full course yellow conditions. Danny Bunchu has, I think, just elected to come into pit lane anyway. No, he was already in pit lane, I think. As was the switch car, which now has Bruce Chouani on board. So yeah, this, as I say, this is going to win them some time, because they've already they'll now have 2 of their mandatory pit stops, as will the 777, out of the way for the remaining 2.5 hours of this race. And they're serving one of them under this full course yellow as well. They didn't come in after the full course yellow was called. They were already in pit lane. That's the crucial difference. So yeah, really, really fortuitous there. So with everything playing out as it stands, we can give some sort of semblance of an order. So after the first round of pit stops, where a handicap has been served at each of these, it is the number 27-23 events racing car of Maxence Maurice, who's also the ultimate class leader, that has emerged at the front. Remember, they don't take any additional handicap in the pit stops because they have an all-bronze lineup. Second is the number 71 ANS Motorsport car of Adrian Chiller, who's still behind the wheel of that car after the start. Full course yellow will end at 18 minutes past the hour, which is in 50 seconds time. So then we have Philippe Lemoire, still at the wheel of the number 20 DB Autosport car. Quentin Joseph now behind the wheel of the number 9, having taken over from Eric Troulet. As we see the recovery vehicles there for the Chris Short CD Sport car. So Quentin Joseph there, and then ahead of that, ahead of the teammates car, number 8 from Graf Racing, Loris Kaibers, that Jimmy Cho pitted from the lead in. 6th is Alam Geshev for 23 events, number 28. Then Erwin Creed for Kojimo, Michael Jensen for CD Sports in 33, Denis Callon in the 2nd place of the Ultimate class cars for the 555 Kogamo car, and then Alain Boulan in another of the CD Sports cars in 10th position. Green flags now being waved around circuit Paul Ricard once again, and we go back racing once more. So the circuit bursts back into life, and it is Quentin Joseph, Loris Kaibers in the number 8 car that's trying to get the lap sorted there on Bruce Giuani, that has just emerged from the pit lane. So I imagine quite cold tyres on that car as well. Loris also putting a lap on the cars ahead there, but where's the number 9 car in relation to them? About 6 seconds up the road. Yeah, so they're both heading down the Mistral. Green flags waving at Scene Corner as well, and crucially at Le Bousset, where Chris Short parked that car. So Erwin Creed in 1:54 there. How are the lap times at the moment? Well, actually, there's no point looking at those previous lap times. They were all done under full course yellow. So we'll wait for the lap to go round, and then we can start to look at that again. Because for reference, the leader did 3 minutes 14 last time around, and I'm not going to read off the gap as well, because those read differently under full course yellow as well. Of course, lots of support for the South African drivers in the YouTube chat. If you do have any questions about the European Endurance Prototype Cup, about the drivers, about these cars, then do throw them into the chat. I've got it up on my monitor, so I can see if you have any questions. Two hours 39 to go in the 4 hours of Le Castellet. And Loris Kaibers hoping to undo some of the damage done in the pits, where, remember, they have to be stationary for an additional 64 seconds because of the handicap for all silver lineups. It's the harshest one, depending on how many pro drivers you have in your car. It's supposed to even things out. And has got past Quentin Joseph on that previous lap as well. So back up into 4th position, and I think about 7 seconds or so behind Philippe Lenoir. Leaders just started lap number 38 of this race. While it was a relatively short full course yellow, of course you want, when you're silver class driver, your quick driver is in the car, you want to be making the most of that as much as possible. Eric Hannell supporting CD Sport from Cape Town. Looking forward to Jonathan Thomas getting to the track as well. Yes, Jonathan Thomas aboard the number 30 car that Nick Adcock started the car in. And of course, one of the quickest drivers from last season as well. Dominant Hockenheim winner with Thomas Imborg, but they're now in separate cars. In fact, Thomas Imborg isn't part of the lineup this year, actually. Only 12th in the championship for them last year. There was a lot more misses than hits, and certainly the results didn't reflect what their pace was able to show. So 35 seconds the lead for Maxence Maurice, and that is just the power of the lack of handicap for the all-bronze lineup. So of course that will, you know, sort of shimmy and shake throughout the race, but basically that is really down to a really stellar job done from Christophe Cresp in the first stint. That's absolutely mega, but it's only 2.2 seconds between Adrien Chiller and Philippe Lenoir, though I dare say the pace advantage is in the car that's ahead at the moment. And Loris Kuyber's probably the fastest car on track at the moment. Yeah. So there is that number 20 car, Philippe Lenoir, the former trophy midget racer, their bronze-rated driver, and he will have to do the minimum of 90 minutes. So they are coming up to that window now, but remember they'll want to time it with the fuel as well before he hands over to either Romain Carton, another midget driver, a champion, in fact, of midgets before going into GT competition in GT4 and GT World Challenge, or to Matthias Besch, the gold-rated Swiss ex-LMP1 racer. Personal best being done last time around by Quentin Bassora, who's now at the wheel of the 21 DB Autosport car. Quentin, the son of Daniel Bassora, and initially joined DB Autosport as an engineer, but then started racing in the CN category here in the Prototype Cup in 2017. The pair largely ran in the Ultimate category for all bronze lineups last year, but were occasionally joined by Matthias Besch. This year, well, this race, they have Adrien Bastide, the silver class former midget racer in their lineup as well. And the sister car running very strongly at the moment in third position before he hands over to Romain or Matthias. So Loris Kuyber's continuing to reduce the deficit. In fact, now only 1.6 seconds behind Philippe Lenoir for the last spot on the podium as it stands. Now, of course, remember that's the silver class driver chasing the bronze. But Loris, of course, was stationary in the pit lane for a bit longer, so he's trying to undo that minimum time. And closing in on the DB Autosport car for what is currently third position, but of course it's going to chop and change and switch about all over the place until we get to the last 15 minutes when the pit stops shake out. His teammate, Quentin Joseph, just been reported for track limits at Lebousse, so that'll be on the outside presumably, because they run it all the way up to the white line with the inside wheels to try and open up the second part of that corner. Here we are at that very corner now, and you can see how much wider Loris Kybers is going, but he didn't quite push the track limits as much as I've seen him do earlier in the race, but now diving on the inside at Virage de Lac, and that is third position now for Loris Kybers. Graf Racing back up into third position, trying to gain back that time from the 64-second minimum, additional minimum stationary time. Some of the comments asking about the faulty backlights. Don't they have to correct that to make them more visible? I was wondering that earlier in the race as well, but I've noticed it's always from the same TV shot, so I do think it's more of a trick of the camera, because if it was an actual fault, believe me, they'd be being called out on it. And we were talking about the 8 car earlier. I think it is just the angle at which the light is catching the camera, because it seems to be fine and then at certain angles goes away, and it's always on the same shot as well. So yeah, I think the backlights are actually okay, and what you're actually seeing is just a trick of the light. Although, that being said, that number 20 DB Autosport car does actually look like it has a faulty light right when I got done saying that. And car 33 has a black and orange mechanical flag. Now, I wonder if that's light related as well, because, yeah, the back of the car is completely dim. And there's nothing else visibly wrong with the car. So, we always say this, when you enter more cars in a race, you increase the risk of things going wrong. And so with 4 cars for CD Sport, the 31 car slightly on fire at the side of the road, and now the 33 car having a black and orange mechanical flag for it. There was a very, very brief yellow flag out at turn 11 just now, Lebousse, a very brief, and it was about 3 seconds. So really not sure what that was for. Hopefully one of the cameras caught it. And you see the big light gantry there, and the driver of the 33, Michael Jensen, will have just seen that, and that's really unfortunate, because that is their lead car at the moment from CD Sport in 8th position as it stands. We were talking with James Winslow at in the first hour of the race that Michael Jensen had such a brilliant 12 months, winning the LMP3 championship in the European Le Mans Series with Gare Julien and the RLR M Sport team, and then winning on his LMP2 debut the championship in the Asian Le Mans Series. That kind of luck seems to have run out now a little bit with this mechanical flag for the rear lights not working. So I think he's got 3 laps before he has to come in and change that, but presumably he'll want to do it as soon as possible. So I'm expecting Michael Jensen to peel off right here, and he does, and the CD Sports crew will have to get to work on those rear lights. So this is that CD Sport car that is currently being looked at, that had the mechanical flag out. As you can see, the front light's working just fine. That's the rear lights that need attention. We are just crossing over the 90-minute mark, so worth keeping an eye out for any bronze drivers that are serving their minimum pit stop time. Oh, more dramas for CD Sport, because now the number 30 has been given a black and orange flag as well. And so Nick Adcock in 12th position, now being shown the mechanical flag as well. I can only assume that's for the same problem. So 2 CD Sport cars being shown the black and orange flag, one up in flames. The only healthy car left is the Alain Boulin number 32 car. But Michael Jensen's just headed back out onto the racetrack. So hopefully that means problem resolved. Loris Kybers just making his way past Adrian Chiller, actually. That was the change for second position between Loris Kybers and Adrian Chiller in the ANS Motorsport number 71 car there. And so that is number 8's Graf Racing car up to second place now, and about 38 seconds behind race leader Maxence Maurice. But last time around, Maxence was actually lapping quicker than the cars behind him. So we'll see if in clean air, Loris Kybers should be able to close the gap. You would assume it's because it's a silver driver against a bronze. But you know, there is the black and orange flag being shown to Nick Adcock. And as we say, the more cars you enter, the more possibility there is for things to go wrong, which is rather the pessimistic way of looking at introducing multiple cars. Because, of course, if you only have one, then you pin all your hopes and dreams on that one car. So Alam Geshev there in 7th position, the second of the 23 events racing car, teammate to the race leader as it stands, and on the back of Quentin Joseph as well, only half a second behind and lapping considerably quicker than the Belgian. Of course, Alim a little bit more experience in prototype racing. As we mentioned, Quentin Joseph only entering his second year of racing full stop, whereas Alim Geshev has been racing since 2022 in the Gulf Radical Cup. Radical champion and Asian Le Mans Series champion. Radical champion. I was actually reading these stats for Alexander Bukantsov there by mistake, who was initially on the entry list for this weekend, but as we say, will be out for the 6 hours of Portimao. And so Geshev, the 39-year-old UAE driver, makes that move into the chicane. So that is 5th position now for Alam Geshev. And I think that's thanks to Erwin Creed coming into pit lane as well. Yes, it is. And so this should be the drive time done now for Erwin Creed, and he can hand over that 154 car to I assume it will be Marlon Hernandez, because they've got the silver class driver there, and also Nico Prost, the gold-rated driver. And normally you want the gold in for last. So let's see when that updates on the 154 car. Still showing Owen Creed at the wheel, but that car now rejoining the circuit. Still showing Owen Creed at the wheel, which is interesting, but that is the second of the mandatory pit stops completed now for the 154 Kojimo team, and come out in 12th position by the looks of it. Nick Adcock has pulled in the number 30 CD sports car. Into pit lane. Let's go down to pit lane because Claire Cottingham is down there.
Not that bad, actually. Yeah, no, you look all right. Yeah, I think you've been working out beforehand. What was it like out there? What was your stint like?
My stint, I take a good start. Go out of the track because I think Sheila was a little bit nervous at the beginning and is still a little bit. So that's why I go off track, because after I want to avoid the collision. It was okay. I was okay, but me, it's like I'm a little bit like a diesel. Anytime, to feel great in the car. I take good start, 3-4 laps. After I was not really good in my pace, but it's the first race. We don't do like winter tests. We don't do nothing. So it's we just arrived this weekend. So at the beginning of the weekend, we are very far. The qualification was great, but it's the first race. I don't want to take so much risk. So it was a long time between the thing. But after, anyway, the stint was good. But I'm a little bit upset because when they have when we pass guys for one lap before, and they do nothing, they fight again with us, So I lose like a lot of times. The third car passed me because I was behind, so I was a little bit nervous. I had no blue flag for them, It's a little bit pity, It's like we do a race, and they have two cars, They fight like we are with them, So it was. I was not very happy for that, It's. I just want to tell you, to tell anyway. The car is here. We see at the end, now is my teammate Nicolas, so I feel better, and also after it will be Marlon, so it's good,
You've got a very good lineup. They are two very experienced drivers, and including yourself as well. We spoke to Nicolas Prost in the commentary box a couple of hours ago, feeling very confident round here, but he said it wasn't a great one to be overtaking on.
Sorry?
He said it wasn't a great track to be overtaking on.
Yeah. Well, it's not my favorite track, so I love Manicourt, for example, so it's good. We will have a race in Manicourt. But it's nice, right? Especially outside the track. It's beautiful, very beautiful. I love this part of France, so it's good.
It's a very good part, nice and lots of good food and good sunshine and things like that. Back markers then, is there a lot of traffic out there? It's a very big field. I know you were speaking there about getting caught behind back markers and no blue flags. Is there more traffic than you would have thought?
No, it's a long race, so we don't take so much risk, but when you have one guy with one lap and is quite not very fast, it's I don't want to crash the car, so I make carefully, and so there are no blue flag, I pass 3 guys for my first stint, it was and the 3 guys, it was like a little bit and I don't see a blue flag, so they have 2 cars pass me because about the and I do a mistake also. I want to say I do a mistake. Instead of radio, I put the pit limiter in the straight. So Eric Trouillet just passed me, and after I stay with him. So Eric is a good target for me, Trouillet, and after I was in his space, so I'm quite happy for the beginning of the season.
Okay, but the car is handling well out there. You were comfortable.
Yeah, now it's perfect, But we'll see what's happened. No crash. We have a lot of penalties due to the platinum of Nicolas, so we need to do a mega stint.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. See you soon. I hope so, on the podium.
So Erwin Creed just out of the 154 Kokomo car, and thanks for confirming, it is Nico Prost now at the wheel of that car. So saving Marlon Hernandez for the end of the race, interestingly. Well, there was a slight lock-up there by the looks of it from, I think that was Nico Prost, who I think has got quick one, Crewley for close company. Car directly in front of him is the race leader, in fact, so I think he's trying to unlap himself. Just see, oh no, sorry, that's actually the 555 Kojimo car. Very similar liveries on those two machines. So yeah, it's Prost in 13th. Well, in 11th now, actually, as it stands. He's moved up the order a little bit. In fact, now into the top 10 even. So that is, yeah, Prost moving up the order. Just coming out of turn 2 now, in fact. So the 555 car here. So that is Denis Callon in 6th position that Maurice has just lapped. And amazingly, that is, the top 9 it is have all only done 1 pit stop so far. So yeah, that's really impressive pace from this number 27 machine that is currently leading. Of course, the 555, another car that is in the ultimate category. So actually, Maxence Maurice is a lap ahead of the nearest ultimate class car on the same number of pit stops. So I don't know if they got super lucky during that virtual full course yellow that we had earlier. More bad news for CD Sports because the last car that was unhindered in this race, the number 32, currently being driven by Jules Heriot, is now under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and that's usually a slam dunk for those ones. So I expect to see a drive-through penalty coming through for 32 pretty soon. Into the pits has come Philippe Lenoir for DB Autosports, the number 20. So he's done his minimum drive time of 90 minutes. Of course, when factoring in those minimum stint times, you also have to calculate the maximum drive times of some drivers, because they are limited, especially the gold and platinum drivers. They are limited to an hour and 5 minutes in some cases. Or in some cases as little as 50 minutes. Yep, 30-second stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane for car number 32, Jules Heriot. That is a hefty penalty. Down in 18th as it stands, they've done 2 of their minimum pit stops. But wow, yeah, that is a big penalty that has just come the way of CD Sport. So 1 car on fire at the side of the road, 2 cars with mechanical warning flags, and now 1 with a 30-second stop-go penalty. Again, very brief yellow flag at turn 11 of Le Bousset. Not really sure. Yeah, there seems to be some happenings down there that seem to keep being missed. But Michael Jensen also in pit lane now for the 33 CD Sport car. Let's see what's happening with that lead lap. Loris Kai-Burs has brought it down a bit at 31.9 seconds, but last time around was lapping a second quicker than Maxence Maurice, but that's just a really big gap that they're trying to usurp. And I'm just really curious how the 27 has ended up in that position. We did see they did their stop a little bit earlier than most, because they came in when there was some fuel issue for Christoph Cresp, and they did the driver swap there. Yeah, I mean, that's just really, really impressive. Timing screen started glowing up purple thanks to Nico Prost in the 154 Kokomo car, fastest first sector for him. He's currently 3 seconds behind Christian Jorgensen in the 25 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. And that 72 car, Adrien Yvon, one of the sons of Jean-Francois, at the wheel as it stands. So this 32 car is the one that is about to take the 30-second stop-and-go penalty for the speeding in the pit lane. Car number 20 back out onto the racetrack. So Philippe Lemoire has done his drive time and has handed over the car to the silver class driver, Romain Carton. Midget champion, Le Mans Cup racer. Spent last year in GT World Challenge Europe in the endurance category. It's a slightly different campaign for him. I think it would have been a few years since he was in a prototype car, but nonetheless, I'm sure he'll adapt to it very quickly. Still somewhat staggered by the pace of the 27 at the moment, because Maxence Maurice, bronze driver, only half a second slower than Loris Kybers on that previous lap. This is the kind of pace that is going to win them the race at this stance, because even if Loris Kybers closes in on them, he's still taking 64 more seconds at every single stop, and at the moment he's not making that back up. Of course, they do have one more driver to go as well, Alexandre Cuno, but as it stands, it just doesn't look like a winning combination out there. With all the pit stops happening at the moment, that's promoted Alam Geshev to 3rd position, so 23 events, 1 and 3 as it stands. And Quentin Joseph in 4th position, so it's currently 23 events Graf, 23 events Graf in the top 4, followed by Kojimo, Noguchi Competition in 6th position, then Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Kojimo again, and again in 9th as well, and then ANS Motorsport inside the top 10. It is 3 cars for Kojimo this year, the Sebastian Morales run team, and Sebastian part of the 555 lineup that is currently in 5th position. Their 3rd full season of the Ultimate Cup series after a couple of appearances in 2022 that included a class win that led them to competing full-time in 2023, and their 3rd in the Teams Championship last year with the win at the Paul Ricard finale. Behind CV Sports and Graf Racing. Graf Racing coming away with both the drivers and the team's championship last year. Not far away from half race distance here in this race. And lead gap still continues to shrink down to 27 seconds now. That was actually a particularly tough lap there for Maxence Maurice, 2:03.9. The gap down to 27.2. So, 3.1 taken out on that previous lap. That's a bit more like it, but that is not what has been the form so far. Dramas for A&S Motorsport number 72. Adrien Yvon looked like he had made the tyre barriers there at turn 2. So through the first chicane, and Adrien has got it going again, and seemingly with no damage on the rear of that car as well. Hopefully one of the cameras caught the start of that incident, or indeed the outcome as well, because looking at the back of it, everything looks okay. Does it feel okay? Well, that would indicate not so much. He's just run off the road at the exit of turn 5 there. So, well, visually everything looks okay. There could be some dramas under the hood that is making life a little bit more difficult there for Adrien Yvon. Just been rounded up there by Carol Frisch in the Lamo car through the chicane. Personal best coming in from the 33 CD Sport car. Tate Bishop now aboard that machine and done the personal best, a 2:02.2 for that car. Nico Prost also doing the 1:54 Kojimo car's best lap of the race as well, 2 minutes 0.3, lapping faster than the race leader at the moment. And Maxence Maurice, or the leaders, I should say, Maxence Maurice kind of back on the pace, only lost 0.7 of a second to Loris Kobers on that previous lap, gap 26.6. Eric Trulé has brought the number 9 Graf Racing car into the pits. And, oh, sorry, was Quentin Joseph at the wheel of that car? Has Eric Trulé got back aboard? He'd done his minimum drive time by what we understood, but the timing ID seems to have updated, unless he's knocked the switch that has the driver ID on it by mistake. Because, yeah, it was Quentin Joseph in that car. Well, it's gone back out and showing Eric Trulé at the wheel. Interesting one. I have to get down to Graf Racing and get that one checked out. So we are approaching half race distance in the 4 hours of Le Castellet, the opening round of the European Endurance Prototype Cup in the Ultimate Cup Series. As things stand, it is still Maxence Maurice who leads the field. by 26.4 seconds. The all bronze lineup really taking advantage of the fact that they don't have additional handicap to serve in the pit stops. They have done one of the mandatory pit stops, as has everyone in the top 5. Loris Kybers is second for Graf Racing. In the number 8 car, the most heavily handicapped car on the grid at 64 additional seconds. So there's a real interesting tit for tat happening right at the front of the field. Third at the moment is 23 events Alain Guichev aboard the number 28 car. And let's see what for the bronze and silver. Right, so yeah, James Winslow is limited to 2 hours of racing, which means that Alain will have to go about 2 hours, I'd say. So, in fact, he's just come into the pits. There we go. So that, I think, is his drive time done, and James can carry that car to the end of the race, probably, if you include the pit stop time as well, which is not counted towards the drive time. Then James shouldn't be too much of a risk of breaching his maximum drive time. So that will promote Denis Callon up to third position. He's currently second of the ultimate class runners for all bronze lineups, which is also led by Maxence Maurice as it stands. Behind them, Cindy Goudet is now aboard the Noguchi competition car. So silver class driver making her prototype class debut after running in the GT4 European Series and the Ligier JS2R in the Ligier European Series. And Nico Prost closing in on the field ahead for Kojimo's 154 car. In fact, just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.863 for the former Rebellion LMP1 racer. Ahead now of Christian Jorgensen as well for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Stefan Rupp, third of the Ultimate Runners for the 57 Kojimo racing team. The LMP3 convert, Quentin Basora for the 21 DB Autosport, and then Macau Bochez having taken over from his twin brother Alexandre in the number 70 ANS Motorsport car, and fourth of the Ultimate runners. That is how things stand as we hit half race distance in the 4 hours of Le Castellet. Now, that is the race leader. That wasn't Loris Kybers going past him just now, was it? No, it wasn't. It was a similar car. So this is the race leader coming in for his second stop. Slap bang on half race distance. So Maxence Maurice brings the number 27-23 events in for its second stop, bang on half race distance. This is where the tyre change is going to happen as well. Of course, 2 sets of tyres, 2 hours per set. And it looks like Christophe Cresp is getting back aboard the car as well. Indeed, he is. So they're deciding to do 1 hour at a time for their stints. So we enter the second half of the race. Let's take a look back at what's happened so far. So we're into the second half of the 4 hours of Le Castellet, the opening round of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Very much the highlight of this first meeting of the season for the Ultimate Cup Series. There is still more racing to come this weekend. With the Ligier Formula Cup still to run, 2 of its 3 races, and then of course the Kennel GT Endurance Cup 4 hour of Le Castellet tomorrow as well, which will be the highlight of tomorrow's action here in Paul Ricard. So with that pit stop from Maxence Maurice, with Christophe Cresp now back aboard the car and now back out onto the racetrack, naturally Loris Kuijbers has retaken the lead of the race for the number 8 Graf Racing crew. And although it was a Kokomo car that started in second behind that number 8 car, it was the 154. Now it is currently Denis Callon in the 555 car. So the top 2 have only done one of the minimum pit stops, mandatory pit stops. Make that top 3 as Cindy Goudet has just moved up a spot. But Nico Prost in the 154 car that's just gone past Christophe Cresp has only done 2, as has Cresp, as has Alim Geshev in the number 28 car. Still showing Geshev on there, but I would have thought that his drive time would be done there. The 777 Lamo car as well, with Danny Bunchu now at the wheel, was also done so, as has Belen Garcia's number 71 ANS Motorsports car. Great to have Belen with us in the championship. Of course, silver class driver, 25-year-old from La Metla de Val, which is near Barcelona, and comes from a racing family. Her father, Jose Luis, was a rally driver. And outside of racing, it's actually a competitive pole vaulter, but the first woman ever to win an FIA single-seater race back in Spanish F4 on her debut weekend in Navarra. Joined the W Series, made her prototype debut in the Ultimate Cup with Graf Racing, won in that round as well. Went over to Le Mans Cup for a little bit, Prototype Cup Germany. Looking to get her feet back on the ground after starting last year in the European Le Mans Series with the DKR team in LMP3, was the first female podium finisher in the series, but left the team midway through and hasn't raced actually for 7 months, and so yeah, looking to get back on track. Second infringement at track limits though for Garcia on that one. It's just popped up. There was a very brief yellow flag at turn 15. The final corner at Virage Dupont. Didn't quite see what the cause was. Gilles Herriot in the number 32 CV Sport car is currently lighting up my timing screen with a personal best first sector and a session best, best of anyone, purple middle sector. As well. So the silver class driver aboard the number 32 car, one of 2. Gilles, no stranger to the paddock, having raced in the V2V both Funyo and Monoplus won the championship in 2017 with Formula Motorsport, coming over from the Ligier JS Cup France. Incident at turn 15 has been noted by race control, as Gilles Heriot does the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.8. But so those yellow flags were for some sort of incident down at Virage Dupont. Hopefully one of the cameras caught it. Or if I was looking at the other screen when it happened, then hopefully we get a replay. So, race leader Loris Kaibers, a qualified watch repairer, currently studying his bachelor's in watchmaking microtechnology, is Loris, a 23-year-old from Newcastle, which sounds like a very German way of saying Newcastle, but it's a nice place in Switzerland. And now full-time with the Graf Racing team. Of course, still Alexandre Cuneau to drive in that car. So this is the 27 in the pits again. That car only came in about 10 minutes ago. And it looks like it's for a mechanical reason, because there's a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car. Now, is that maybe some gravel on the tyres as well? Is the 154 car of Nico Prost right behind him? He hasn't been in the car for very long either. But, well, yeah, the smoke coming out of the erstwhile race leader, Christophe Cresp's car, and this looks very out of sequence for the 23 events racing team, and might just be a huge relief for the rest of the field, because they had so much pace and such an advantage with the no additional handicap in the pit stops. So that is real drama for a serious race-winning contender. And it's been pushed back into the garage as well. That is really, really not a good sign. And this debut event for 23 Events Racing suddenly is turning into a bit of a nightmare. Their sister 28 car is now currently up into second position with James Winslow at the wheel. All their hopes now lie with him and Alim Geshev after he's completed his run. So, yeah, all eyes now on James Winslow to bring home a good result for 23 events, and is currently the second highest placed car that has done 2 of the minimum mandatory pit stops. The first of those cars being Nico Prost in the 154 car. So Kojimo is looking in a very strong place here, but is about 2 laps behind Loris Kaibers. Now Prost has just come out of pit lane. Now, as has Denis Calon in third position. But yeah, Prost has not been in that car for very long at all. Right, turn 15 incident under investigation. This is why we saw a yellow flag out. It's under investigation, and it's between, that's why. So those 2 cars that just came in, so maybe that was the triple, maybe that was the 555 we saw coming in, because that car was just in pit lane. But so an incident between Denis Calon and Christophe Cresp there at turn 15, and that has played a huge part in who might end up winning this race. James Winslow is now bringing his car into pit lane as well. This is very interesting. We've had guys who've not been in the car for very long. James Winslow's been in the car for about 15 minutes, but already coming back into pit lane. Well, So an incident between Kogumo and 23 events, as we can see the refueling station. Quite a few drivers that are out there in pit lane at the moment or in the refueling zone. And it is a drive-through penalty for Denis Callon in the 555 Kojimo car for causing a collision at turn 15. So they've been deemed to be the cause of the incident and have put 23 events number 27 car in the garage with problems. We saw the smoke coming out of the back of that car when it came into pit lane. So that has turned the race on its head somewhat. Still Lawrence Kai-Burrs looking imperious at the front of the field, 2 laps into lead, but remember, owes us a pit stop, which will cost him those couple of laps. So then we'll see what kind of footing he's on against James Winslow. There are already cars that have only got one more minimum pit stop to do. It's Nico Prost, 154 Kojimo car. They're really racking off the stops at the moment as early as possible, and that could put them in the best position come the end of the race. Stefan Rupp there, 57. So with Reiter Engineering alongside Nicolas Chartier, his teammate still, in the LMP3 car last year. And before that in Le Mans Cup with Graf, but now with Kojimo in the Nova. Third car of Kojimo in this race. So with James Winslow back in pit lane, that promotes Mikhail Bochez up to 2nd position. Of course, he still owes us 3 stops as well. The 2 twins that I saw racing in GT Cup Europe a couple of seasons ago in Ferrari Challenge machinery with Kessel. Last year competing in the Creventic 24-hour series, but the 2 twins, they've been racing together for many, many years, all the way back to the Mark 1 Golfs in Switzerland in 2016. Did some slalom racing together, some coastal racing as well, the time challenges out there. So they've been, I think, probably their 10th year together, I would imagine. So this CD Sport car of Tate Bishop is another one that only owes us one more stop. The cars behind Belen Garcia in 71 ANS Motorsport car and Alexandre Lafourcade as well. But they're all just making their way out of pit lane at the moment, currently on their outlaps. But Tate Bishop is looking in a very strong position as well. 4th of the cars that owe us one more stop. Let's see how that shakes out at the end of the race. As, although those cars are well outside the top 10 at the moment, but as we say, swings and roundabouts, it comes back to you. 555 now in pit lane as well. So Sebastian Morales, I think, has just gotten aboard the 555 car, the Kojimo team boss. The number 8 Graf car back into pit lane now, so Loris Kaibers vacating the car. A little shake of the hands, job well done there from Loris Kaibers, coming in from the lead of the race. So I imagine this will be Alexandre Lafourcade who takes over. It is a minimum of 1 hour per driver for all silver crews. I believe they've fulfilled that particular check, and so yeah, expecting Alexandre Cugnot to get on board, Road to Le Mans winner, and most recently competing in Le Mans Cup with M Racing. Before that, in the GT4 European Series, the French GT Cup, GT World Challenge. He spent several years with the Graf team in the European Le Mans Series LMP2 car. A 33-year-old from Les Sables-d'Olonne, but now living in Paris. Nico Ferrarin here at the wheel of the Switch Racing car, so the reigning French Tourism GT Light champion in the Ligier JS2R, and was an incredibly close title fight as well with his rival David Chiche. They were back and forthing on the final race of the season, going for the title, swapping places several times in that race, and we have seen a couple of outings from Nico here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Firstly in 2023 with Lamo in the finale, and then at the end of last season again as well with the same outfit. So where's that car going up to at the moment? 20th place, which, bearing in mind that car was in the garage earlier, doing incredibly well to keep fighting out there. So Claire Cottingham has taken a break from pestering drivers in pit lane, while the camera crew takes a little bit of a break out there, and has come into pit lane.
Come to join you. Do you know what the wind's got up out there?
Has it really?
Quite
again, because it was quite still a little bit earlier. We were talking so much about the gust, and then earlier it seemed to die down, but it's back again.
Yeah. On the grid, it was pretty, especially during the Formula Cup race as well, the Hoosier Formula Cup race. Pretty still. But the wind has definitely picked up out there again. My hair was blowing all over the place, so yeah. That we heard from a couple of the drivers, didn't we, how much that was actually really affecting the cars more than they thought. I think it was Alain Prost was talking to you about it, wasn't it? That he was saying that actually it was throwing him off a little bit with the gusts of wind, because it's not just blowy, it's proper like whoosh.
It's gusty.
It's
yeah,
gusty.
it's inconsistent.
Inconsistent gusts.
Well, quite. So, where are we at? So, it is Alexandre Cuneau getting aboard the race-leading Graf car number 8. So, there's M Racing's man from last year. Now getting aboard, taking over from Loris Kybers. But of course, remember, additional 64 seconds of stationary time for that all-silver lineup. And you know, we still haven't seen any movement from the number 70 as well. So I imagine that'll take over the lead, but it'll be quite a hollow lead with so many stops left to go. The one I'm really interested to see is where this car emerges, the 154. Nico Prost only owes us one more pit stop, and presumably that'll be the one that hands over the car to Marlon Hernandez for the closing stint. How much time is he allowed to have? Because 154 is bronze, silver, and gold. So if I check on my little sheet here, so the minimum 90 minutes for Erwin Creed, that was done, and then it's a maximum of 1 hour and 5 for Nico Prost, but it's also a minimum of 50 minutes for Marlon Hernandez. So long as they get Marlon Hernandez his minimum 50 minutes, and I think actually that might actually work in their favour. I imagine the reason they put Nico Prost in second is because Marlon's actually maybe marginally faster than him.
Ooh.
Normally you would run them in sort of the category order, because that's normally the order of performance.
Yeah.
But if you want the quicker driver in at the end, and presumably that's what they're doing, then Marlon must be slightly quicker. Ooh, wide. There goes the number 70 of Mikhail Bochez. That is due to take the race lead just about now, but got away with it.
That's what James Winslow was explaining to us on the grid, wasn't he? That the pole position driver of Jimmy Cho obviously is the silver driver, and they're all a silver lineup, so there was no choice there, bar put your silver driver in. And then James Winslow was waiting for his driver to go out. Someone that I did think was interesting, I did try and speak to him, but he had to go and speak to his team, was CD Sport Christian Short. Obviously he had the flames coming out of his car, and I briefly spoke to him, and he said I'd love to talk to you, and I will talk to you, so I will go down and find him after the camera people come back from having some grub. But he said, I must go talk to the drivers, because they were really excited about getting in for their first endurance races. He didn't specifically say who, whether it was Arthur or Robert Greenwood. But yeah, you don't think about that, do you? That the young guns that were very excited to get in the car, and it was nothing to do with Christian Short. The car just started flaming. So yeah. Well,
Chris and Rob go back a very long way, an incredibly long way.
So it must have been Arthur Rogan.
Yes, Chris and Rob go back. They met each other when they were 4 years old, first day of school.
That's nice.
So 45 years ago, and for Rob, it is his first time endurance racing.
Yeah, okay.
Because he hasn't been racing for very long, actually. It's only the last couple of years. So Radical Cup UK, the World Finals as well, so that's all sprint racing. Couple of Super Trofeo outings in Italy as well, so all sprint racing. And very similar for Arthur Rogan as well, because he has done 2 years of GB3. His only 2 years of car racing went straight from karting excuse me, up to the British F3 level. I know we're not allowed to call it British F3 anymore, but that's what it is. And now coming to this. So it's his endurance racing debut, it's his prototype racing debut.
Awesome.
And I was very much looking forward to seeing where that car was going to end up. At the side of the road in flames was not where I had my money on.
No, absolutely. Shame, real shame. And you could tell that Christian was upset about it a little bit, and he seemed more sad actually for the guys that were coming in. So hopefully we can have a little chat to him when everyone's done eating their food, and I can find out exactly what happened. But my assumption is he'll say, I was driving it, there was a poof, and then flames started happening, which is usually what happens when There's flames coming out the back. I didn't actually see the pictures. Was it coming out the back of the car? That does
Yes,
have a dodgy rear light, doesn't it, that one?
Well, it seems to be getting worse, actually. My initial assumption that because it was happening at the same point of the track every lap led me to believe that it was a camera issue, but the deteriorating nature of it now somewhat leads me to believe that it's not a camera issue. But they haven't been shown a black and orange flag. Who has been shown a black and orange flag, though, is Nico Ferrari in the Switch Racing car, and a second black and orange flag being shown to the number 30 CD Sport car. Nick Adcock was shown that flag earlier. Now Michael Stephen is being shown it as well. So this is turning into a nightmarish day for CD Sport. Not how they'd want to start their celebrations for 30 years of competition.
Yeah, such a shame. 3 really strong lineups in, well, 4 actually as well, because with the car number 33 as well. Yeah, they've had a bit of a shocker actually, haven't they? One to forget for CD Sport, and yeah, it's never good when all 4 cars seem to have issues.
Yeah, the healthiest one at the moment is the 33 Tate Bishop, currently at the wheel. Something did happen to that car. I just can't remember. I think that was another one that had a black and orange flag earlier on. Because hang on. I need to create a song to remember how it goes. One caught on fire, 2 had black and orange flags. The other one got a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane. The hip bone's connected to the shoulder bone.
The hip bone is connected to the shoulder bone?
I just thought of 2 bones that...
definitely not connected.
I could think of. Yeah, for Jean-Noël Legal's team, is not looking great. Tate Bishop, another one of these... very exciting drivers making his overseas debut, having come over from South African touring cars. You've discovered something.
33 there. Was given a black and orange flag for no rear lights.
Thank you.
So I think that's.
So that was it. Was 33 and the 30 then that got given.
The 30 also got a flag for black and orange for no rear lights also.
Yeah. Is that the same reason as this latest one then? Has it come up in the in the message?
Car 555?
No, car 30.
Oh, car 30 is black and no rear lights.
So it's the same issue then that it had earlier. Interesting. Right, top 2 now in pit lane. Mikhail Bachez giving the number 70 A&S Motorsport its second one. More crucially and more importantly for this race, Nico Prost giving Kojumo's 154 car its final pit stop of the race. So we'll hand over to Marlon Hernandez, who joined the crew for the final race at the end of last year. That was his prototype debut, in fact, alongside Jesse Bouhet and Johan Roussel taking the victory there. This is the number 30 serving that black and orange flag and getting whatever connectors put back in or some wires. No, it's going in the garage. That's the second one from CD Sport that's ended up in the garage. Oh, dearie me.
That's the same one. That's the one that spun at the beginning or had damage at the beginning.
Nick Adcock had a spin on the opening lap after contact with the Lamo Racing 777 car, and I forget what the other one that was being investigated was.
Michael Stephen, I spoke to him earlier, didn't I? And he was saying they've struggled with lots of niggles throughout the whole weekend so far. So to see it potentially go in and be terminal is not good. And especially as 2 of those drivers have flown over 25 hours to get here for this race. And to see it end an hour and a half earlier will be a tough pill to swallow for sure. Living in South Africa, they were saying different routes to get over here, and some of them are longer, some of them are shorter, obviously, as you know.
Yeah.
Alongside him was Jonathan Thomas as well, who's not new to this championship, and Nick Adcock bringing them over, basically saying, "Come and join us." And it's not a good way to end it.
Well, the only sort of crumb of comfort really is it's not necessarily the end of the race for them.
No.
Because they might just want to clear the box because they want to bring one of their other cars in at the same time, and they don't want to just keep it in the pit box while they're working on it, and they'd rather work on it in the garage.
Yeah, maybe.
So it could just be that it will come back out at some point.
I mean, regardless, even if it shakes out, they're pretty low in the pack, so it's not going to be
But Nick was recovering so well at the end of his first stint. He was flying up the order, he was.
And Jonathan Thomas, you shouldn't at all cross him off your list of...
Well, he hasn't been in the car yet, has he?
No, he hasn't.
No.
He's the last.
He's the quickest driver, and yeah.
He's going to have some work cut out for him if it's sitting in the garage right now.
Well, yes, quite. Yeah, there's 4 cars at the bottom that also pit in at the moment, which I don't believe they're all mechanicals at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it. Mikael Pachez still in pit lane, so the lead has been handed back over to the number 8 Graf Racing car. It's currently Graf 1-2 at the moment, split by 2.3 seconds. So Alexandre Cuno leads. Eric Troulet has got back aboard the number 9 car, which I'm quite surprised by, unless that is just a mistake on the driver ID. So, because it was minimum 50 minutes for the pair of them. But David Drew is limited to 1 hour and 5 minutes inside the car. So that's why they've had to get one of the bronze drivers back in there. And presumably, Quentin Joseph needed a break. So Eric Troulet back at the wheel of the number 9 car. It is Graf 1-2. Alexandre Cuno leads. His first race back with the team since the European Le Mans Series in 2020. And stretching his legs out there. It's 2:01.6 for him last time around. Eric Troulet was actually quicker. So the bronze driver in the number 9 quicker than the silver driver in number 8. Very interesting. Gap down to 1.6. Both still owe us 2 pit stops, as does the 3rd place Sebastian Morales 555 car. The ones to watch. Oh, and car 8 team managers to report to race control. That is the race leader. One to watch there. I was about to say 555 still owes us 2 pit stops, but it's literally just coming to the pit lane right now. Ones to look out for are the 2 cars behind. Romain Carton in the number 20 DB Autosport car and the 23 events racing car, James Winslow, that only have 1 more pit stop to make. Where did Marlon Hernandez come out? He's currently in 14th place, it's showing. Yes, for Marlon Hernandez. No more pit stops left. It's the first car to do all 4 of its stops. That is the number 70 back out on track now with Alexandre Bochez back at the wheel. I used to know which one was older by like a minute or 2. It was a couple of years ago now.
I feel like you did tell me that once before.
They raced in GT Cup. It was my first year commentating for the GT Sport organisation, and yeah, they were with Kessel that year.
Yeah, I do remember hearing that story before. I was going to say something about Erwin Creed when I spoke to him. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. You mentioned obviously one of the bronze driver being faster than a silver driver a moment ago. There is, as Erwin Creed was saying, and you can see here in the far right of your screen that back markers are becoming a bit of an issue in this race.
Yes.
There's a lot of traffic, and it doesn't seem like cars are maybe getting out of the way quicker than they should. I believe, is this a back marker, or is it because he's flashing him? But that might just be impatient behind.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
it's taken a while to get past.
Right, I was picking up 1 lap there, but for the 2nd lap in a row, not only was Eric Troulet faster than the race leader, Alexandre Cuno, but he's also just done his personal best, and it's 0.8 of a second now that separate the top 2 for the lead of the race. Where are they on track? Just coming through turns 3, 4 and 5 now. Separated by not much at all. One wonders if there are some dramas bewitching the number 8. And we know that they're not being looked at, but they've been asked to come to race control to look at something. Another warning going out to Alexandre Lafourcade for track limits in the 777 car. No news yet on what's happening with number 8.
Takes a while for those to come through though, because the manager's got to leave the garage, walk up to the stewards, basically. Not the stewards, but you know what I mean, and have an actual conversation with them and say what's going on. So it takes a while for that to then be fed through to our timing screens, and so we probably won't find out for a bit, put it like that, but we've got an hour and a half to find out exactly what's going on with the number 8 car, but it's curious.
It is very curious. People expect the all-silver lineup. Oh, dramas for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. That is the Virage Dupont, that I believe that's the 25. Oh, is that crabbing as well, or is that just a bit of camera shake? Is that just the breeze?
Camera shake.
Okay, yeah, it looked like it was sort of crabbing down the straight a little bit, and that looks like the 25. Indeed it is. So who is driving that car? It's Frédéric Lacour, who's come over from GT Sprint Cup to prototype racing, having a rotation. That's the final corner. Currently down in 18th position.
Has to be said, I know it's the first race of the season, and every driver I've spoken to so far has said you don't want to cause yourself damage this early on in the race. But it definitely is interesting to see that they're all kind of being pretty well behaved out there, aren't they? I mean,
very much so. Yeah,
no, I think it's they've been very. I can't think of the right word.
Well behaved.
Yeah, that's enough.
That
really.
is it. Yeah.
I didn't need to add more, did I? Just wanted to continue talking, really.
Top two. This case of the two graph cars is getting even more curious. Now less than 0.4 of a second that separate Alexandre Cuneau from Eric Trullet for the lead of the race, with an hour and 20 minutes left to go in the race. They're coming through the Mistral chicane now. So if we stick with this camera, we'll actually see them come through the shot in a little bit. That is them. Just coming up onto the straight now. The rate that leaders, please. The rate that Trullet is coming in at them, just behind those. Just behind that 31 car that we were seeing. Right, so here is race leader coming through Virage Dupont now, Alexandre Cuneau. And yeah, where is Eric Trullet? Can't see it on this shot.
Won't be far behind.
Yeah, is that the headlights behind it? Yes, it is.
There's a bit of, he's actually lost, it's now...
Yeah, so Trullet's it's gone back out again for about 3/4 of a second, but the pace between these two cars is astonishing. I'm really surprised at how fast Eric Trullet is driving right now.
Well, we were speaking to James Winslow, weren't we, about tyre pressures and things like that, and he said there's a certain window, a sweet spot of a window, and it could just be that there is some sort of sweet spot that's coming up with the tyre change. They would have had their tyres changed recently as well. Trullet coming.
Yes, they'll have done about 40 minutes.
Yeah, so
tyres.
It's a good time for the window of the tyres to start waking up. So it'd be interesting to see if the leader or Trullet's tyres are older. I don't know when they came in.
Yeah, I haven't seen when their most recent pit stops were. Some did it bang on about 2 hours. Really, was that a swap?
I don't know.
Was that a swap we just saw? It was. So Alexandre Cuneau has just yielded the lead to Eric Trullet, who presumably has been on the radio saying, hey, I'm actually quicker than your pro driver at the moment.
Yeah.
And Alexandre Cuneau has been asked to give up the place. Extraordinary.
Well, teammates working together, as in both graph drivers, so a shame, because it would have been nice to see Eric Trullet go for it. But
sorry, Cuneau just had a massive swapper through Seine Corner, and I can only assume that the wind played a big part in that, because I can hear it on the cameras as well, and that would have really caught his attention, and presumably that's the first time he's followed closely through Seine Corner for a while.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted your point. I do apologize.
No, I don't even remember what the point was. Interesting. It was mostly about, we see it in so much racing, don't we? Teams that do it for if he's dropping back and then someone else is speeding up behind, you drop it for the team, don't you?
Well, a remarkable development in this race with Eric Troulet being gifted the lead by teammate Alexandre Cuno. It is still a Graph 1-2, but it is now the reigning champion, Eric Troulet, that leads the field. But both of these cars still owe us 2 more pit stops. The 2 cars behind, only 1 more. This is going to be a really interesting conclusion to the opening meeting of the season for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. But coming into the commentary box, Goodyear and Sébastien from not Sébastien, it was Remy, that was the one. Do excuse me, we've had Sébastien in so many times.
Yep.
That I forget everyone else who works with it. So yes, Remy from Goodyear has come and joined us. Remy, welcome to the European Endurance Prototype Cup, part of the expanded relationship with Ultimate Cup this year.
Yeah, exactly. It's a new part of the partnership that we have with Ultimate. It's really nice for us because we have the experience of the prototype with ELMS and previously in WEC with the LMP2. It's something new. It's a new product. It's a car the car is only running in Ultimate Cup. It's a new championship, new teams as well. It's exciting to have something else to check and new tires, new drivers, and new feedback. At the moment, to be honest, everything is okay. Teams are quite happy. We had no issue, and in terms of performance and durability, we are in the target. So, exciting at the moment and really positive.
Yeah, we saw some teams come in bang in on that two-hour mark, so the durability is certainly there. What has the feedback been like? I know there hasn't been a huge amount of running for these cars on this tyre. It's all been a bit of a voyage of discovery.
We had to find the product that could fit well to the car. It's really important. The target is to have some performance, but as well for the championship we are looking for durability because we have in the regulation we have a tire limitation. So it's really important to have durability and as well to have the same lap times through the stints, through the laps. It was a target. So last year we were talking with the Ultimate, we were talking with Nova, and we get the feedback from the team to understand what they want from us. And again, it's something new, but at the moment, again, it's okay. Everyone looks happy. As you can see, the pace is still there for everyone. Even with this windy condition and with the night conditions, but all under control at the moment.
Yeah, that was particularly cruel of Ultimate Cup, really, wasn't it? Making this first race a night race. We've got people making their prototype debuts, people making their endurance debuts, people who don't necessarily know the circuit, and of course every team is still trying to learn this tyre as well. So all the running they've done during the day means nothing when the temperature plummets as it does out here.
Yeah, exactly, and because it's not only the prototype on the track during the weekend. It's we have the Uzier Formula Cup, we have some GT as well, so it's different compound, I would say, on the track. So depending of who is going when, the track condition could change quickly. So it's a challenge as well for the teams to set up the car. As you mentioned, they have to set up the car for the Goodyear because it's not because the tire are black that they are all the same. So it's something new for the teams, and when the track condition change and when the temp is going lower or higher or whatever, it's again a new challenge for them to find the good tune, I would say.
And of course, it's got to work from this sort of extreme, so to speak, where it's very cold and at night, to Aragon, for example, where that's going to be a new race for Ultimate Cup as well. All the teams are going to be sort of voyaging into something new there, but given the time of year we're going there, I think we can expect it to be pretty hot.
Yeah. The last time we went there with the LMS, it was end of August. It was really, really hot, so we expect to have the same conditions.
50 degrees track temperature,
yeah,
sort
exactly.
of thing. Whoa.
Exactly. So that will be the target, to set up the car and to see exactly where the track in terms of aggressivity. It's before we have Mugello to prepare. We have Portimao as well, which is two different tracks compared to Ricard or compared to Manico. So yeah, we have some events to prepare everyone, and then I think for sure Aragon will be the most, not difficult, but it will be a big challenge for everyone. Even for the drivers.
Oh, I bet. Presumably the Mugello is where you get the biggest loads on the tires.
We have a lot of loads, but as well the track is really old, so really abrasive, and depending on the setup, you can have more wear than like Manico, for example. Compared to Manico, Mugello is really aggressive. So that's something that we'll have to work with the teams as soon the car will go on track for the first session of testing. The experience is new for everyone with Goodyear compared to Michelin. When some team has 2 or 3 seasons with the Michelin, they can prepare even if it's a new track. They have the experience of the car. Now I would say it's start from zero for everyone, which is good because you can see some teams that they were not here last year and now they are here fighting for the first place. This is good for the championship. This is good for us, and drivers looks they enjoy the new challenge as well. So.
What have the drivers been saying about the peak grip of the tyre, how it sort of fades off in a quali run or a race run, so to speak?
The peak is not, to be honest, the biggest target that we have, because the quali it's 10 minutes, but the race it's 4 hours. So our target is to have, instead of to have like a quick tires for 5 laps, like a quali tires, and after to have a massive degradation, we try to work on the longevity and to have the same lap times through the laps. So some teams did like 400, 450, even 500k with the tires, and the lap time are still good. For sure, it's not the quali lap time, but you can still reach some really, really good lap with no degradation and with the same feedback about the car, the drivability.
Well, just looking at it at the moment, we are currently lapping about 4 seconds slower than the qualifying. And that's the ultimate qualifying pace with like Matthias Besch at the wheel, the fastest driver, whereas here at the moment temperature's really dropping. I think the track's probably getting a bit slippery out there at this point.
Exactly. The wind changed a lot in Castellet. It's something really, really important. It could change a lot, for example, T10, T11, which is Signe and Le Bossé. Because of the wind, you have to change sometime your approach. So you can start the race and you go flat out in Signe, for example, but at one point, something changed and you have to lift a little bit. So the lap time could be affected just by the wind, and as well the night, you don't have the same view of the track. It's fighting.
Yeah, just looking to see if this is for position at the moment, and also trying to work out which cars are even there. No, this is not for position at all. 32 is quite a way down at the moment. Gilles Heriot there. We've been hearing from drivers all weekend long about how the gusts of winds are, and it's been very windy this weekend, it must be said. About how it's been making Signe Corner really rather difficult.
Yeah, it's really it's like the Mistral straight line. The name Mistral, it's a name of a wind in French.
Oh, I didn't know
kind of wind. The Mistral, it's a kind of wind. So it's exactly for that. It's because in the straight line, because of the wind, you can lose so many K in straight line, or it could help for the last corner. Or the track conditions in Castellet, it's really specifically compared to, for example, Manico.
Okay, so I knew that there were 240 different layouts to Circuit Paul Ricard, but I didn't know about the Mistral winds there. So that is interesting one to know there. And I've got what's interesting as well, when you do get sort of headwinds or tailwinds, the almost complete opposite between the back straight and the front straight.
Yeah, at one point on the track you will have the wind in front of you, and at one point you will have on the rear. But depending, so with Goodyear we are a few guys to do a track run, and sometimes depending how is the wind, sometimes it's more difficult to run on what side compared to like if you are going 2 weeks after. So it's really, really difficult to manage. And but again, it's a part of the game. Like the track condition change, like if you're running after another championship with another tire manufacturers. You will have like rubber on the track. We can change your approach because you don't have the same grip. So yeah, the track condition, it's something that you have, especially in endurance, because it's a 4 hours race. So it could change a lot from the start to the end. But yeah, you have to take account of that. Yeah.
We just saw Quentin Bassora handing over the 21 DB Autosport car there in pit lane. Still one more stop, I believe it will be after that one is completed. Yeah, Remy, you've mentioned that it's a new product for this prototype cup. How does it differ from the GT tyres that the GT Endurance Championship guys are going to be running on tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a different product because it's different cars. So the characteristic of the Nova, when we start to work on the topic last year, we understand that the Nova is light on the front compared to, for example, compared to a P3, and in general the weight of the car is different from a GT. So it means the car is getting less energy in the tires, so you need to have something softer, I would say. The energy needs to come from the tires instead of the car, because the car is lighter, so you have less energy. So it's a kind of it's something that we have to discuss. It's something that before to choose which tires we really have to understand what the car is doing in terms of tires, in terms of performance.
Looks like Graf Racing are building up to a pit stop here. Both of their guys 1 and 2 at the moment, but with 2 stops still to row. And I dare say they're going to lose out to at least one of the cars behind them, Romain Carton in the DB Autosports. Number 20. Oh, right, as I say that, they come into the pits as well. So we're still not going to find out how this is going to shake out until the last 15 minutes. But in comes race leader Eric Troulet, the number 9 Graf Racing car. Presumably this will now be to hand over to David Drew, because they've now reached the point where David can run to the end of the race and not exceed his maximum of 1 hour and 5 minutes drive time. And so, yeah, driver change happening down at Graf, and I imagine number 8 will shortly follow there as well. And yeah, David's really helpful because he's got his name on the back of his helmet. I do like drivers who make their helmets very easy to spot like that.
Yeah, it's easier for us, even when you have a car with a roof, I would say. It's always, I feel like I can understand the drivers that they want to have something at their image.
Yeah.
It's a kind of, if it's your face, it's yours, feeling and everything. So yeah,
absolutely. Your identity inside the
exactly
inside the car rather.
And again, for Goodyear, it's nice this season because some drivers are happy to give the feedback, to give what they are feeling with the new tires, and because the setup that the team has to do to adapt the tires to the car, I mean, the feedback is coming from the drivers. So we need them to prepare everything. And oh, this is Seb.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, we are during the race. We are in pit lane to check tires, to discuss with the team and about the strategy, about tire change, because Castellet, you know that the left front is the more not critical, but it's the tire that we use most. So maybe you can change the strategy if you want to keep the same longevity for the tires for all the sets. So maybe you can take the right side that you can put on the left side and swap this, and yeah. So we had a look with the teams, and we discussed with the team and the drivers to get again most information as possible.
Have the teams said how they have been changing the setups of these cars to try and extract the most out of the Goodyears?
Yeah, some teams did more jobs than others. After it depends of the team approach, it depends of the team budget. Again, it's part of the game, I would say. But it's not a big revolution. The car was not completely off with the Goodyear compared to the Michelin. But again, when the teams came in beginning of February for the official test, or end of February, again, the track today, maybe it's not the same as it was for the test. So anyways, they have to do some setup to adapt this. So yeah.
5-second time penalty has just been given out to car number 71 for a third track limits infringement by Belen Garcia. So where is that car at the moment? Currently 6th place, but in pit lane. And so there'll be an extra 5 seconds added to that, to the end of the race. Claire Cottingham is back down in pit lane. Let's see who she's got for us.
Well, I've come down to speak to Christian Short. Christian, your car was in flames recently, but it is back out, which is good. I can see it's not behind you, so unless you've hidden it.
No, it's back out, and I'm really pleased that Arthur has managed to get back out in the car. But yeah, very disappointing. I got in the car, we did a full refuel, and then within a lap, the car was just in flames at the back. So yeah, I had to jump out, hit the fire extinguisher inside, and you know, when you see flames at the back of the car, you're thinking about life preservation and you know, protecting the car as well. So looks like I stopped quick enough to not do any serious damage to it, and yeah, you know, disappointing, but at least I'm pleased to see Arthur get a run. So yeah.
I was going to say, when I spoke to you briefly, you said that you wanted Arthur to go out there. It's his first time out endurance racing?
Yeah, it's his first endurance race, so he was come from F3. So yeah, he was hugely disappointed, obviously, when he saw the car. But the team's done a great job to clean it up very quickly, and yeah, it looks like he's going to get a full stint, which is, you know, which is better than obviously not getting out at all.
What was the first, apart from maybe seeing the flames, but was there any noise or anything, or did it?
No, just first flying lap, braking into T4, and like, literally the flames, the whole back of the car was on fire. So at that point, I knew I had to stop. And yeah, the marshals did a good job getting to the car, and yeah, managed to put the flames out quickly enough to not cause any major damage.
And just finally, where's the race now? Is it kind of just...
It's all over.
It's all over.
It's a practice run for Arthur at the moment, but some seat time is better than nothing, yeah?
Absolutely. Well, bad luck for that one. Hopefully we'll see. Will we see you for the rest of the season?
We're here for the whole season, so we'll see you in Mugello. Look forward to it.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we are now approaching the final hour of the first meeting of the season for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. After that third pit stop from the number 9 car, it is now the sister Graf number 8 car that leads Alexandre Cuno. James Winslow now up into second position, but he's also just been given a 5-second time penalty for a third track limits infringement. Alban Naguti for Naguti Competition now runs in third position as well, with Alexandre Lafourcade into pit lane as well, just gone past David Drew, who is now at the wheel of the number 9 Graf racing car to the end of the race. In the ultimate category as well, it is still the 555 Kojimo car, Sebastian Morales, that leads the way ahead of the number 70 Alexandre Borchez, and then Nicolas Chartier also for Kojimo Racing, but still pit stops at play there, as race leader Alexandre Cuno also reaches pit lane. So we're into the final hour then of the first round of the European Endurance Prototype Cup with Alexandre Cuneau in the pit lane. It's James Winslow who's taken over the lead of the race, and now both of those cars with only one more pit stop still to owe us, but we're still very much keeping our eye on Marlon Hernandez, who has come out ahead of David Drew, but not by much at all. It's only 1 second that separates them, and the young Frenchman, the silver class driver, is going to have to try and repel the multiple LMP3 champion at David Drew for the closing stages of this race. Only 1 second separates them. They're currently in the third sector, so that could well be the lead battle that determines the win later on today. So Remy's still with me here in the commentary box. So we're getting into that second half of the tyre life now. How does it change when you're going out there? You're double stinting the tyres. Yeah, what's the process like when you're getting in there? You're going out there on worn tyres.
The thing is, when you do one stint, then you stop. You stop, you refuel the car, so you go back on track with the same tires, but you have full tank, so which is a massive difference. So for sure you are slower because of the weight, but lap after lap it's getting better. The fuel level is matching the tire life, but you have to think that maybe the tire deck, even if it's low, you have to think about that, and most of that, if you're overtaking or whatever, you have to think that there is some rubber on the track, and you could get some pickup. And if you get it, you have to clean it or try to clean it as soon as possible, because if not, you will lose performance, and the lap times will be not the same as before. So yeah, here the rubber on track is really the key to manage, especially during the night.
And we hear so much about the circuit being rubbered in, but then sometimes that actually makes it more slippery. Is there an understandable science behind it, or are tyres still this black magic that people are still sort of guessing?
Oh, there is. It's something that we will never understand, I would say. It's yeah. Again,
the meaning of life, where we come from,
exactly.
The origins of the universe, and how tyres work.
Exactly, but depending of the car, depending of the setup, some cars are coming back to the pits with more rubber on the tyres compared to the other ones, more pickup, I would say. So yeah, it's some teams are trying to do some setup adjustment to remove as much as possible this effect, because at the end it could help a lot at the end of a double stint, because if you are running on the pickup, you are not running on your tires, you're running on the rubber of someone else. We can see here, for example, you see on the right side, you see all the rubbers, and if you go there just to clean the tires after, it makes some laps, and sometimes you can't clean it properly, so you will lose performance.
So staying online really important.
Yep. But with the traffic,
easier said than done in an endurance race where
exactly.
You're lapping traffic all the time.
Exactly. That's something really important, and sometimes you have quick drivers, but as soon as they are in traffic, they are not so quick. So yeah.
So is that a goal then, to try and minimize that impact on the tire?
Yeah. I know that some drivers sometimes they arrive on the corners, they can overtake, but they are thinking that, oh, if I go in there, I will get the wrong rubber, I would say, and maybe I will wait, and because maybe I will lose 1 second here, but maybe the next lap I will save 1.5 or 2 seconds maybe, because I will not have to clean the tires, and yeah. So
I suppose those are the drivers who can do a lot of forward thinking. And not just take the first opportunity that comes their way, because it might not be the best opportunity.
Exactly, it's endurance racing. It's a part of it. You have to think that you are in the car for 4 hours. So maybe it's not necessary to push every time, everywhere. You have to think that, okay, if I go there, if I overtake there, maybe if I go these curbs, maybe I can damage the splitter. Oh, there is a floppy here, I need to be careful. Oh, there is some rubber. So it's sometimes that you need to take in account. It's not like I can understand that when you're going for a 20-minute race, you will push from lap 1 to the end. But yeah, endurance, it's more management in terms of drivers as well.
So, driver like Nick Tandy, then, for example, Mr. 24 as he's now known.
Exactly. Yeah.
Daytona, Sebring.
Sebring
he's just added to the list as well for the overall wins. Nürburgring, Spa, Le Mans.
Yeah.
That's it.
The 424 hours race plus Sebring.
Yeah. So just Bathurst left, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe the next target.
Yeah,
who knows?
Yeah. So yeah, driver like Nick. Those are the kind of qualities that he would be.
Yeah, it's something really important. It's again, there is a lot of quick drivers in quali, but you need to think about management as well.
Speaking of management, managing track limits, sadly not the biggest strength of James Winslow at the moment. He's picked up a 5-second time penalty, so that's 10 seconds that is going to be added to the number 28 car that is currently leading the race. Probably doesn't have the net lead in terms of when we apply the pit stops left, but still very much in with the shout of a very strong result. So I can only imagine that the car is becoming somewhat of a handful out there because yeah, track limits like that's just not the kind of mistakes that James normally makes. Remy, it's been absolutely wonderful having you back in the commentary box again. I'm always happy to come and have you Goodyear boys in here and teach us about tyres. It's so much fun. So same again in Mugello then, yeah?
Yep, my pleasure.
Yeah, because presumably you guys will get these tyres back and do some looking at them and make things even better for Mugello.
It will be the same because the teams are taking some carryover from here to Mugello for testing and everything.
Okay.
So we don't want to change tires because it could affect the setup. It could affect the feedback of the drivers. There is a cost as well. That's something we have to take account of that. So it will be the same tires with different conditions, different track. It will be hot. I presume. I hope so.
Well, last year
it was massive rain.
Storms. Yeah, biggest storm I've ever seen in my life. How's your wet tyre?
We didn't try so much. We tried on Thursday. It was raining at one point, but not so much to have a proper rain, like it was in Mugello last year.
Yeah.
It's something that, again, we have to work with the teams about that. It will be really, really interesting because wet tires is completely different things compared to the slicks. Because it depends of the amount of water, it depends of the track itself, there is so many parameters to manage for the wet. But yeah, let's see how it will be in Mugello. But if it's like last year, it will be another challenge.
Okay, well, hopefully we don't get the weather that we had, more the weather we had on the Saturday, which was lovely, warm, beautiful, clear skies.
Exactly.
That then led to electrical storms, so maybe not too hot. But well, we look forward to seeing you in Mugello. And we look forward to having a chat with Seb tomorrow.
Exactly.
As well during the GT Endurance race as well, hopefully. And yellow flags at turn 6, so that's the long right-hander that leads on to Le Bousset. Don't see any cars around there at the moment, so interesting one. But well, while we investigate that, I'll let you get back to the day job. And thanks for coming in and having a chat.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
So it's car 8 that stopped Alexandre Cuno, that long-term race leader. It's just popped up on the timing screen that the Graf number 8 car has stopped at turn number 6. So Alexandre Cuno, the car that has led an awful lot of this race at the hands of both Jimmy Cho and Loris Kai-Bers. But now in the hands of Alexandre Cuno, it has conked out at turn number 6. So we haven't yet seen any inkling of a safety car. We don't really know what state the car is in, to be honest, whether it needs some kind of intervention. But sure, if you've got one more pit stop left to do now, this is the time you go and do it. I imagine there'll be quite a few cars that try and bail in now with this. We've had so few yellow flags in this race, that only one very brief full course yellow, that not much intervention at all. So it's so much green flag running. Probably about 3 hours of the race we've done so far. About 3 hours of it has been done on green flag running. What a disaster for Graf Racing. They did ask Alexander to yield the lead to Eric Trulé earlier in the race, and well, again, all the hopes lie with the number 9 car, but still does have a pit stop to give us. And so definitely, at the moment, the favour is in the hands of Kogumo Racing's 154 car with Marlon Hernandez, who is pulling away from David Drew as well, 4.3 seconds the gap. So the young silver class driver, the Porsche Carrera Cup France driver of the last couple of years, now dipping his toe in prototype racing. Those yellow flags still there, so I can only assume that car number 8 is still there. Meanwhile, teammate David Drew into pit lane to serve that fourth and final mandatory pit stop. Presumably there'll be a bit of fuel as well. Keep David on board. Who else is that in pit lane with them there? The 21 right in front of them, so DB Autosport. Adrien Bastide currently in the car. Looks like he's staying in the car as well. Green flags now being shown at turn number 6, so the Kuno car seems to have gotten away. And waiting for it to hit the second split timing loop, just so we can get an inkling of how long it was actually stationary for. But that does mean that there'll be no safety car, of course, or full course yellow intervention. So it's either been cleared behind the barriers, or no, it is moving, I believe. Oh no, has it actually come to a stop again? Switch Racing coming into pit lane, and that is not the where is it going there? That was like the first garage. That was that was not their garage, but let's head down into the pit lane and see who Claire Cossingham is with.
I've come down to speak to Nick Adcock because we have to talk about what happened at the beginning of the race. You got touched, but we're not sure by who, so I don't know if you do. And then you had such a good fight back. Could you just talk me through what's been going on with the race? It's been a bit of an up and down for car 30, hasn't it?
Yes, it certainly has. At the start, we should have had 2 warm-up laps, I think, because everyone's tyres are still quite cold when we got to turn 1 and then got into turn 3. And somebody outbraked themselves and touched me and spun me around. So there I was, 400 metres behind the rest of the pack. But in some ways, that's always a good motivator because you're like, okay, right, I'm not going to show you lot. So, the car was really good, and I've been doing this a long time, so it was some really good racing out there, some good overtakes. And I was really enjoying it, and we were picking it back up really, really nicely. And there was no other real dramas for me, and I came in, handed the car over to Michael Stephen, and then we've had this gremlin of the rear lights not working, and it's happened to a lot of people. So I'm going to, there's the engineer for Nova Proto. Let me just go and hold him by his neck and say, when are you going to give us the proper rear lights? Yes, Guillaume, rear lights, rear lights, rear lights. Thank you, sorry.
Happening live on air there. That was the most awkward, intimate look. I didn't know where to look.
I don't see him later. He's got the message now.
I think he got it. I think he got it live on television, yes.
So unfortunately, we've lost a mass amount of time fixing the rear lights. It's a shame because, Michael and Jonathan come all the way from South Africa. And it's Michael's first race. So although he's conducted himself very well, we'd have liked to get a result, but, that's racing. We've had some great success in last year and the early part of this year, so it's never easy, and you just have to roll with the punches in these situations, and we'll be back at Mugello.
We did speak to Michael, and he said he had had a 25-hour flight to get over here. And bless him, I felt for him, because at that point, unfortunately, you were making your way down up the pack. And then we've had the gremlins, and he was saying even then there were gremlins in the car. So it seemed to be plaguing you from the start, really.
Yeah, but it's we had some handling issues in the practice and test sheds, but we solved it, and the car was really strong. So it's unfortunate, but this is endurance. You have to endure, we always say. And yeah, you know, we won't have a great result today. But with Michael, you know, he's one of the best known racing drivers in South Africa. He's won something like 14 championships over the years in GTs, touring cars and karting. So he's worked so hard to raise the money to come and get the sponsorship to do this race. And he's been an absolute asset, and I'm really disappointed for him. But as I say, you know, we've been around the game a long time, and we'll come back and have a good result next time.
One of my first questions to you was, how was your off-season? And immediately you said, I haven't had an off-season. You've been incredibly busy over the winter, haven't you?
I've been told not to keep talking about my age, but due to my age...
26?
Yes, with a few years' experience on top of that. So when I'm getting a lot of racing in before I fall off the cliff of competitiveness, but we did ELMS last year and won the championship. Then we did Asian Le Mans and we're vice champions. We've just done the first race of South African endurance in and over Proto, which we won. So yeah, I mean, the key for it to me to be competitive is to be in the car all the time and keep driving, and that's what keeps you competitive. I'm just looking. That isn't our car, thank goodness.
I suddenly was worried then. I turned around, it's car number 31 behind us. We're fine. We can continue.
Yes, we can keep breathing. So yeah, and we leave tomorrow to go to Barcelona because it's the European Le Mans Series prologue on Monday, Tuesday. And it's the first round of ELMS on Sunday.
You're a busy guy. You've got lots going on. Look, bad luck for today, because I don't think I can say I hope it gets better to the end of the race, because I think it might be a bit terminal by this point. However, we will see you back for the next race, and it's always lovely to see your face here, so thank you for coming back.
No, it's always good to chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it is always good to hear from Nick Adcock, such a proponent of the Nova platform and the European Endurance Prototype Cup. James Winslow continues to lead for 23 events racing, still owes us one more pit stop in the next 23 minutes or so. Remember, you can't enter pit lane in the final 15 minutes for one of your mandatory stops. Marlon Hernandez currently in the best position here for Kojimo. Matthias Besch in fourth, also with no more pit stops left to serve. Sebastian Morales, the ultimate class leader, currently owes us one as well. We've got some final driver changes that have happened. So Enzo Richer is now aboard the number 17 Lamo Racing car, the reigning Formula Cup champion, who has made the switch over to prototypes. Also Maxwell Dodds in the 33 car, the 19-year-old Brit, who's come over from British F4 and will also be doing the Ligier European Series in the JSP4 with ANS Motorsport alongside Aiko Segret, who did a few rounds with us in the Novas last year. And it's Richer who's currently lighting up the timing screen with a purple Sector 1 and a personal best Sector 2, or car's best Sector 2 as well. He'd already done the car's best lap at the race, 2:0:0.2, which is around about the leader's pace. They have no more stops to do as well. So we're getting into the crunch time point here now with these cars. A bit of a handful there for Racing Spirit Le Mans number 25. Sasha Klabadecha. Enzo Richer lost an awful lot of time in that final sector, so it ended up being a 2:2 for that one. Lost 2 seconds in the final sector. Clavadeccia also doing that car's best lap last time around, 2-minute 2.5. Currently 55 seconds off of the next car, which is Gregoire Croulet. Although lapping significantly faster at the moment, about 6 seconds or so. Matthias Besch has just passed Sebastian Morales for third position overall. Now, Morales still had one more pit stop to give us, and so then we're about to see what the true difference is. Oh, so 1 minute and 38 between Marlon Hernandez and Matthias Besch. Those are the two cars that have still yet to give us a stop. And here is James Winslow to give us his last stop of the race. 35 minutes left on the clock. James Winslow, the race leader for 23 Events Racing, who's been in that car since the start of the second half of the race. Now giving us his final stop, and we're going to see where he comes out in relation to Marlon Hernandez and Matthias Besch, the top cars that have done all of their mandatory stops, as has David Drew and Paul Trajani for Graf Racing number 9 and ANS Motorsport number 71 respectively. Cleaning the screen, and you see the mechanics just giving the car a little check over, because they don't have to change tyres at this point, and there's no refueling in the pit lane as well. I wonder if 23 Events might have gotten away without having to do a refuel in this last stop. So if James Winslow doesn't have to swing right into the refueling zone, then they'll have saved quite a bit of time there, because it'll be an extra couple of minutes for the refuel as well. Meanwhile, you see how long that James has to be stationary for. That 28 car taking 31 seconds of additional handicap for having a one silver driver and one bronze driver. So you think, oh, well, other teams have got one silver driver and are getting less handicap than that, but they also have 2 bronzes. So there is a slight difference there, because there is about half of the race that James Winslow is going to be doing. And so, 31 seconds. But he goes away there, a little fist bump, and I think that is him that's just pulled into the refueling zone there, actually. So, still Winslow in pit lane, and his advantage being whittled away. And see how much fuel he needs, but not a lot to do 32 minutes of running, but that's his last pit stop complete. Get a top up of the fuel. Let's see where he comes out in relation to Marlon Hernandez. The 154 car at the moment, currently making its way out of the hotel chicane, round turn 6 and towards the Mistral. Well, James Winslow is stationary in pit lane, as is the number 72, Alexandre Yvon. Check out the tyre pressures there at ANS. coming up to the final 30 minutes now of this race, and Marlon Hernandez has moved in to the lead of the race for Kojimo Racing. And so as it stands with 31 minutes to go, it looks like it's going to be back-to-back victories for the Kojimo team. Really, really impressive stuff, and the same car as well, but different driver lineup. Final pit stop for Noguchi Competition, currently showing Valentin Simone, but not entirely sure that's correct, because it was Albon Noguchi driving the car last time I checked, and haven't seen a driver change in there as well, but Noguchi about to complete his first race in about a year. Also into the pits for the final time is Sebastian Morales for the Ultimate Class leading 555 Kogamo car. That is 11 seconds behind Matthias Besch. So that'll be that car's final pit stop as well. James Winslow heading back out onto the racetrack. Now in that 28 car. Currently in the third sector, actually. So, and he's come out ahead of Matthias Besch, crucially. So I think James Winslow is still in a net second place here. We'll get confirmation of it when they go over the timing line, but he is ahead of Besch on track. Having done that fourth and final pit stop, so that could be the podium runners sorted right there and then. And Winslow's, across the line, 1 minute and 34 behind race leader Marlon Hernandez. That's astonishing how they've managed to pull all of that. And Erwin Creed did such a great job in the first stint, but they've pulled 90 seconds over the rest of the field in all of that. That's really, really astonishing. Matthias Besch is third for Kojimo. He's 3.1 seconds behind James Winslow, and we'll get an idea of how their lap times compare and whether Matthias can mount a challenge for second place. But either way, this is still going to be the absolute best result for DB Autosport, who had so many struggles last year. That absolutely incredible to see them running in an overall podium position after their final stop. Last stop here for Alexandre Bochez. Who else we got? David Drew is currently the fastest, one of the fastest drivers on track. 2 minutes 0.5 was that car's personal best, but still 16 seconds behind Matthias Besch. Anton Yvon gets back out onto the racetrack. But I've got one thing we do have to consider, actually, is that James Winslow has 10 seconds of track limits penalty, so Matthias Besch will inherit that if he stays within those 10 seconds. So we'll keep an eye out on that for the remaining 27 minutes of the race. Currently, it's Besch lapping significantly faster at the moment. It's only 1.3 seconds between them on the racetrack. They're currently making their way down towards turn 3.
So yeah, it is Besh closing it. It was 1:59.9 for Besh last time around, 2:01.7 for James Winslow. Gap down to 1.3. Still Winslow who leads Besh coming out of the chicane on the Mistral. With David Drew in tow by about 17 seconds, lapping a little bit slower than Matthias, but a little bit quicker than James Winslow as well. It's Paul Giugiani behind them in the ANS car, number 71. That's currently lapping strong. Danny Bunchu for Lamo as well, Adrien Bastide. I mean, this is such a rare sight, actually. We're still well before the driver, the pit lane is going to close, but almost everyone has done in fact it is everyone, the only people that are left are the cars that are out of the race, and everyone's done all their mandatory pit stops, and none of them are under investigation as well. So this is the final order then, as things stand. So let me run it through you. Marlon Hernandez leads in the 154 Kojimo car. He is about 90 seconds or so clear of James Winslow, and the car he shares with Alain Gishev in the number 28, 23 Events Racing, but it's only 1.2 seconds between himself and DB Autosport's Matthias Besch in the number 20 machine, and James also has 10 seconds worth of time penalties to take after the race as well, so that is to be considered. He might lose the podium, in fact, if he's not careful. David Drew is fourth for Graf Racing's number 9 car, 16 seconds back from the podium, and then about 30 seconds back from them is Paul Giugiani in the number 71 ANS Motorsports car. Then Danny Bunchu for Lamo's 777 car. Adrien Bastide for DB Autosport, about 6 seconds back in the number 21 car. So DB Autosport with both cars inside the top 7. That's a cracking weekend for them. Maxwell Dodds for the 33 car, probably the last healthy CD Sport car that's running well at the moment, in 8th position, 30 seconds ahead of Enzo Richier's number 17 Lamo car. They've also got both of their cars inside the top 10. Rounding out the top 10 is the second of the 30 of the CD Sport cars. It's just taken that place away from Kojimo's 555 car, Augustin Bernier in the number 32 car. In the ultimate category, Denis Callon leads for that 555 car. Just fell out of the top 10 overall, but still in 11th place. Nicolas Chartier, also for Kojimo Racing, in second position in that class, of 14th overall. And third in that category, Mikhail Bochez in the number 70 ANS Motorsport car. They're actually the last two that are surviving. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Alexander Yvonne is still running out there, just lower down towards the timing order. So that's the top 3 in the Ultimates category as it stands. There has been that change for second place, by the way. So James Winslow doesn't even, Matthias Besch, doesn't even need to wait for the penalties to be applied, because he's done the move on track and he's already 1.5 seconds clear. So Matthias Besch now puts DB Autosport up into second place. This is an absolutely incredible performance from DB Autosport. Lionel Robert's outfit there, the Le Mans participant, he is going to be very proud of this team, because they are. We never saw this kind of performance. Occasionally Matthias Besch would put them at the top of the sheets in qualifying and would set some good lap times, but this has been a really strong overall performance here. Both cars inside the top 7. Besch currently running second place as well. Quite how everyone's ended up 90 seconds behind Marlon Hernandez and the 154 Kojimo car. I'm trying to remember actually if that was one of the cars that benefited from the full course yellow. Really should have made a note of that. I believe it was actually. So that probably explains some of the gap.
and also about to complete the 100th lap in this race at roughly 3 hours and 40 minutes in. Marlon Hernandez will soon get across the line. He's currently in that third sector. Matthias Besch pulling away from James Winslow meanwhile as well. This is how crazy it is. So that those second and third place cars are just going through turns 1 and 2 now, while Marlon Hernandez is going through the final corner. That is truly astonishing. And so he goes across the line and has completed now the 100th lap of the race. And I've got a problem here because I've got 2 drivers who've come into the box, but I've only got 1 spare headset. And they're both pointing at each other to say, no, after you, sir. They're both being terribly British about it. Are we going to fight to the death about this one, or someone sit in the chair, someone get the headset on? Right, we've got Chris Short. He's the one who's decided that he's going to join us for a little bit. Maybe we can do a swap a little bit after. So Chris Short and Rob Greenwood Rob Greenwood as well have joined us in the commentary box. Rob is just going to listen in for a little bit. But yeah, Chris, I mean, oh man, you were so excited about this weekend, and now it's all gone a bit awry.
Yeah, it was very disappointing. I mean, Rob, first time driving these cars, first proper endurance race for him. So, you know, he did a great job, and, you know, found some good pace in his stint. So, yeah, brought the car back in one piece, and, yeah, I jumped in, refueled, went out, and then within a lap, I was looking in the mirrors, and the whole back of the car was on fire. So at that point, my heart sank, and then I thought, right, I better get out of here quickly, which I did, and yeah, had to hit the fire extinguisher inside. Got covered in the lovely spray, and yeah, that was the well, I thought that was the end of it, but then the team, I think the car took about 20-30 minutes to actually be recovered to the box. And the team did a fantastic job, actually, of cleaning the car up. There was some small damage to the back of the car, but mechanically it was fine. And they did a great job of cleaning the car up. And it was just fantastic to see Arthur get out, because obviously his face was massively disappointed, obviously, when he saw what happened. So for him to get back in the car, and I think does he still have the fastest lap of the race?
We've lost so much of it, actually. Where is he down at? Where are we looking?
At the bottom here?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So I think, you know, for him, bittersweet moment, really, for him to get in the car and, you know, knock that lap in was, you know, good for him.
Absolutely. I'm going to interrupt this story just for a quick sec, just to give some kind of breaking news that Marlon Hernandez, the race leader, doesn't have to come into pits, but is back into pit lane and refueling. So it needs that splash and dash for these last 18 minutes of the race. That's why they were 90 seconds clear of everyone else. They were short on the fuel. So Marlon Hernandez has got to come in for that quick splash. This could suddenly put DB Autosport in a position to, for the first time, win in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We'll keep an eye on that gap in these final 17 minutes. Yeah, Chris, just coming back to you while we wait for that to shake out. Yeah, I've never been in a car on fire, but I imagine it's an interesting experience.
Yeah, well, it's a new one for me. I had an unfortunate incident, actually, in an Ultimate Cup race at Mugello last year where the car caught fire during refueling. But that was during a practice session. But for it,
I was going to say, I don't remember that happening in the race. You won that race with Wyatt Brickachek.
That's right, we did win that race. But we did have an incident during, I think it was FP2, where unfortunately one of the refueling guys just spilt some fuel onto the side of the car, and the whole thing went up in flames. And but fortunately, again, there was a fire marshal on hand to put that out very quickly, and they managed to clean the car up, and we had a successful race there with the win.
Matthias Besch is into the lead now for DB Autosport with 16.5 minutes to go in this race. James Winslow also looks to have usurped the 154 car as well, and so that is going to be good hopes for their podium chances as well, with that 10-second penalty still to take. And so it is DB Autosport that leads with 16 minutes to go. Chris, back to you. Sorry, all this is happening right in the closing stages.
It's exciting
of this race. It is really, really good. So obviously, you've won an Ultimate Cup in that LMP3 car.
Right.
How does the Nova compare?
A very different car, much softer. I mean, it's the first time we've really driven the car. We did a test session a couple of weeks ago in Barcelona, but it rained all day. But yeah, very different car to drive, much more compliant, much easier riding the curbs. Not as physical as the P3, but the lap times are clearly very similar. It's a great car. I think it's a great car. It's a great car to step into. For example, my old friend that sat next to me here, Rob, who's done a couple of years in the Radicals. I think it's a fantastic step from a radical type car to the Novas. So yeah, I mean, from what we've driven, I think we've both been really happy with the car, and I think we're going to have a great season. You know, I think, as I said to you yesterday, for us, I've known Rob for 45 years. You know, to be able to race with him and spend time doing this, both passions of ours, is you know, we're just lucky to be able to do it together. So, and the team have been doing a great job as well. You know, very busy team with 4 cars, but I think we've been very happy with what those guys are doing.
Oh, absolutely, and it's great to have both of you with us as well. And speaking of your good friend Rob, why don't we bring him in?
I think we should. I think we should, Chris. Here we go.
Absolutely. Just going to turn the mic off while the shuffling happens. And so yeah, Rob Greenwood, your first ever endurance race. Apart from obviously the end result, but you did get to do the start. How was that for you?
It was a lot of fun. Hard.
Yeah.
I think
lots of headlights, lots of glare.
Lots of part of the circuit that you can see during the day that you can't see at night. But yeah, I mean, the first 50 minutes was amazing. I found the last 20 quite hard. That's a big step up. But yeah, huge amount of fun. Start was great. We made up loads of places at the start, which was a real bonus. It took a little while to get into a rhythm, but eventually, after a couple of laps, managed to get into a rhythm. And yeah, I mean, look, Paul Ricard, sun comes down. You're driving one of these cars with some phenomenal drivers. There's quite a lot to like in that.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it looked like your car just got put into the garage to be officially retired from the race, with Artur stepping out of the car. But tell us, because you've been involved in sprint racing with the Radicals, a couple of Super Trofeo outings as well. Was it Chris who got you hooked on the idea of coming and doing prototype endurance racing?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I cut my teeth in a couple of different series like that, getting used to some of the aero racing in Radical, getting used to how a race weekend functions, really, and all of the parts that go into motorsport and all of the teams that are around you, and wanted to get more time in the car, wanted to enjoy some of the circuits around Europe, and the Ultimate Cup ticks all of those boxes. You know, we're off to some amazing places during the course of 2025, and to be able to do it with someone you met at school on your first day is a pretty nice.
What were you, 4 years old, 5 years old?
Yeah, I would have been 4 or 5 years old, something like that.
It's incredible.
Yeah, so yeah, I think we've always wanted to do this, and we both were pulled into slightly different directions, and then the stars have aligned for this year, and we're determined to enjoy it and do the best we can. Shame our first outing has ended up with us in the garage, but you know, we've got a great silver in Artur. He's a fantastic young lad, super quick, amazing attitude. We've got a good season ahead of us, and we'll have our successes this year.
For someone who's not raced prototypes before, coming in from single-seater racing, and only his 3rd year of car racing as well, 2 years of GB3, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's particularly.
But you know, he's just ice cool.
Really?
He's just got ice in his veins. He just doesn't get flustered. Jumps in the car, and like, what was it, 2nd lap, and he bangs in the fastest lap of the race. You know, what a talent. He's one to watch for sure.
absolutely brilliant. This is our race leader, by the way, Matthias Pesch, who leads the way. But we want to keep an eye. 154 under investigation for a pit stop infringement. I was about to say, let's keep an eye on 154 because it's closing in on James Winslow for second place. That car has got time penalties anyway, so it's going to end up dropping behind anyway. But wow. Pit stop infringement, that normally comes down quite hard on the teams from race control. So let's keep an eye on 154, and they've already been called to race control to look at it. Hopefully that gets resolved in the next 11 or so minutes because Marlon Hernandez is closing in on James Winslow for second place in this race. In fact, it's closed up even more. Look at that, within striking distance now with 11 minutes on the clock. Amazingly, after 3 hours and 50 minutes or so of racing, 8 seconds between the top three. That's what you want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that shows you the quality of driving out there right now, and the type of thing which will keep an audience hooked. 4 hours of racing and to come down to the wire like this. It's a credit to the cars and the teams that are putting them out there, and the drivers who are managing them in such an efficient manner.
Anything you're particularly looking forward to this season, particular circuit, maybe? Mugello, yeah, a lot of people are going to say Mugello, because presumably most of these tracks are new to you.
I've done Portimao.
Okay.
So that's not new, and I think the rest are all new.
Okay.
Mugello racing in Italy, the Italian passion, the circuit, the history of the place. Yeah, I can't wait. That is definitely bucket list stuff.
And it's got such a nice flow to it as well, isn't it?
I've been told.
Yeah. you haven't been out on the sim?
I've done it on the sim, yeah, and it's a phenomenal circuit just even through the sim. But yeah, it's a whole different ball game when you get in this, and you start feeling the effects of the G-force and the car moving around in real life. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I hope for your sake we get better weather than we did last year. That was
I
quite
watched
the washout.
that race. That was insane. I've never seen rain.
Chris is nodding his head in agreement as well. Sliding in the pit lane is saying, yeah, I remember watching that washout as well. There was, it was flooded basically, wasn't it? I remember seeing the teams trying to sweep the rain out. Yeah, this battle for second place really closing up now, but a car length between it for James Winslow and Marlon Hernandez. Yeah, I think Chris and Max have got to... Chris and Rob. I've been doing that all day. I do apologise, boys. But they've got to go back to the garage. But thank you very much for popping in. Sorry that today didn't work out for you. But, hey, all the best for Mugello in a few weeks' time as well. Absolutely. I'm sure we'll catch up with those boys many, many more times throughout the season. And it is a drive-through penalty for car 154. Marlon Hernandez, after such a stellar drive for that Kojimo Racing team that started on the front row with the grid, was looking in such a strong position throughout the entirety of the race. They're now going to lose potentially a second place finish. Marlon Hernandez is staring down the back of James Winslow, but he's going to have to come through pit lane and lose that podium. And it's more good news for James Winslow, who seems to be let off the hook again. First of all, with David Drew falling by the wayside a little bit in terms of the pace and usurping the disadvantage that James was going to have through the time penalties. So that will promote David Drew to third position. It should do, actually. A drive-through is probably only about 18 seconds, actually. But look at that side-by-side through Scene Corner. Incredible stuff at this battle for second place that doesn't even need to happen. Oh, look at that off the road. That's James Winslow skating off the road at Le Bousset. Through goes Marlon Hernandez. And it was all a bit moot anyway, because James has got time penalties. Marlon's got a drive-through penalty. They were pushing it out there, really, and risking it all in the closing stages of a 4-hour endurance race. But presumably, Marlon's going to swing it right this time around and take that drive-through penalty. Quite what the pit stop infringement was, we're not quite sure. No, he stayed out for now. Normally, if there is an issue with the pit stops, it sort of comes up as a little asterisk on our timing screen. So... we didn't have that this time, so whatever the issue was, we're not aware of it. So it's Marlon Hernandez in second for now. Just under 7 minutes left to go. But James Winslow, yeah, probably will inherit that back. But actually, well, with 10 seconds of time penalty, that's going to actually be quite close, I'd have thought, by the end of the race. So we're going to have to wait and see when the timing updates itself to see if James will hang on to second place. Should hang on to the podium at the very least, without any major dramas for the closing stages here. Matthias Besch continuing to just sort of eke out at the front of the field, 9.8 seconds clear of that battle for second, still lapping in the 2-minute zeros to 0.1 for the former LMP1 driver. Last time around, looking very comfortable, and for DB Autosport, this is going to be a huge, mammoth victory, a breakthrough moment for that team. There is Matthias Besch continuing to pull away, and in fact continuing to set that car's best sector times as well, just done so in the middle sector. Ticks off lap number 107. And oh, James Winslow reportedly moving slowly on the track as well. And yeah, 1:08 for the middle sector. What on earth happened to James Winslow on that lap? He's absolutely tumbled down the order. There's going to be no points, I'd have thought, now for that car. And so some drama has befelled James Winslow. I wonder if when he got onto the runoff area, he picked up a puncture. Here he is moving very slowly. And is there a puncture on that car? Did he pick something up when he went through the runoff area on that previous lap? Nothing is immediately jumping out at me, but clearly problems for the 23 events car, which is a huge shame. This was the car they were hoping to make up for the disappointment of the 27, the Christophe Crest and Max Maurice car that got taken out through contact, and now some sort of problem on this car as well. But there's nothing glaringly obviously wrong with it, unless something's pointing out of alignment. He's still going though. He hasn't pulled it into pit lane. He's going to drag that car to the finish line, whether it wants to make it or not. Quite astonishing for James Winslow, and well, a real shame, because this was a very impressive maiden outing for 23 events racing. But sadly, neither car is going to come home in a decent position for the new squad that's spun off of the MV2S Racing outfit. So with that, and because Marlon Hernandez has just served his drive-through penalty, now that means David Drew for the number 9 Graf car is up 2 spots and into second place. Marlon Hernandez should just about hang on to the podium. Yeah, because what is he? David was about 16 seconds ahead. So where are they on track at the moment? Probably about 2 laps to go. So 154 is going around, just gone around Le Bousset. And 71 is only a few seconds behind him, but a few seconds behind him is all he needs. So this is, this is that car, the number 71, Paul Trojani, who has been lapping really, really fast in these last few laps, actually. He's been putting in that car's best sector times over the last few laps, but it's probably not quite enough to close in on the podium. Two minutes to go in this race, and well, I don't want to say that it's all sort of sorted out really, because well, it just hasn't been, has it? There's been dramas aplenty moving out there with dramas for James Winslow, drive-throughs for Kojimo Racing. Confirmed on the timing screen as well now. David Drew is in second place, 25 seconds behind race leader Matthias Besch. Hernandez will still bring it home for the podium. He's 5.7 seconds, the gap is, ahead of Paul Trajani. And James Winslow still showing in 5th position, actually, because of the laps advantage it had over the rest of the field. Nonetheless, I'm sure that they expected more, so it should still come away with points as long as it isn't still lapping at a ridiculous pace. And to be honest, it's not great. 7 seconds off in the first sector, 7 seconds off in the middle sector as well, another 7 seconds off so it's currently lapping about 21 seconds off the pace, with whatever problem that Winslow is nursing. But he's going to nurse it to the checkered flag. We are on the final lap now of the 4 hours of Le Castellet. The European Endurance Prototype Cup opener has been, well, it's been an absolute thriller. A cracking race, and this season certainly is set to entertain when it comes to the Prototype Championship. Because we've got some absolutely stellar drivers out there that have put on a really, really great show, and the battle is going to be a big one. Oh, 154 again. Team manager being summoned to the stewards. Now, there could be yet more drama for Kojimo's 154 car, and it's drama it can ill afford because it's only 5.5 seconds ahead of Paul Trajani. So maybe A&S Motorsport will still steal a podium away from the Kojimo team. Well, we'll wait and see, because that's all going to be after the race. Matthias Besch is still pushing out there. He's done that car's best first sector of the race, and we're now coming up to the end. But it's been full of twists, turns, and absolute dramas. But at the end of it, it is a breakthrough and maiden win for DB Autosport. Matthias Besch brings that car across the line, and it is victory for himself, Philippe Lenoir, and Romain Carton. An absolutely outstanding day for the DB Autosport team. The number 9 Graf Racing crew saved somewhat a little bit by the late dramas for Kojimo and for 23 events, but the reigning teams champions will come home in second with their number 9 car. David Drew, Eric Trulé, and Quentin Joseph. That's a maiden podium for Quentin Joseph as well in his first race for the team. Marlon Hernandez brings the 154 Kojimo car home in 3rd position, so a podium for Hernandez, Erwin Creed, and Nicolas Prost after that fantastic opening stint from Creed. Paul Trajani across the line in 4th position for the number 71 A&S Motorsports crew, with Adrian Chiller and Belen Garcia, a top 4 finish for Garcia on her return to competition after 7 months out. James Winslow did bring the 23 events racing car that he shares with Alam Geshev home in 5th position in the end, limped it back, lapping in the 224s in the end. He'll be disappointed with that one. 6th position went to the sister DB Autosport car, so they picked up a place in those late dramas as well. So 2 DB Autosport cars inside the top 6. The 21 car of Daniel Basora, Quentin Basora, and Adrian Bastide. Probably their best result as well. The number 33 of CD Sports, Maxwell Dodds, Michael Jensen, and Tate Bishop, 7th on the a prototype debut for both Maxwell Dodds and Tate Bishop there as well. Incredible stuff. Lamo Racing's number 17 car, home in 8th position. So that's Carol Frisch, Frederic Morel, and Ezo Richer on his prototype debut. Danny Bunchou and Alexandre Lafourcade, 9th for the 777 Lamo car. And then completing the top 10 is the number 32 CD Sports car, Augustin Bernier, bringing that car across the line alongside Alain Boulain and Gilles Herriot. What an incredible race. And then in the ultimate category as well, Denis Callon, victory for Kogumo's 555 crew alongside Sebastien Morales and Philippe Dirion in 11th position overall. Second, it's a 1-2 in ultimate actually for the Kogumo crew with the 57 car. Nicolas Chartier bringing that car home alongside Stefan Rupp, so the LMP3 converts. Second in class on debut, and then Mikhail and Alexandre Bochez for the number 70 ANS Motorsport crew on their debut in the championship, third in their category. So much to digest at the end of that one, but the number one thing is the maiden victory of DB Autosport's number 20 crew of Matthias Besch, Philippe Lénard and Romain Carton. David Drew already back in Parc Fermé, pulling that car into pit lane. Of course, reigning teams champions, and Eric Trulé, the reigning drivers champions. But listen to that cheer from DB Autosport, and climbing on top of the car as well. Absolutely incredible. That's what it means to them. Matthias Besch has just been given the biggest hug he's ever received, probably bigger than when he finished his first Le Mans. The passion in these teams is unmatched. That right there is why we go racing as well. That's a remarkable day for DB Autosport. Of course, the customary photos have to be taken. That is the new profile picture sorted for everyone in that team. What a moment for DB Autosport. Absolutely incredible. I'm sure Claire Cottingham is fighting to get through that lot to go and have a word with Matthias and talk about that race. No news, unfortunately, on the 154's potential drama there. It's been summoned to the stewards. We haven't seen why or what the outcome of that will be, but for now they are third. When we were talking to Remy earlier about the Goodyears as Myers potentially changed the order a little bit, maybe this is what he was talking about. But Claire Cottingham is downstairs with our race winner. Let's hear from the DB Autosport crew.
A very, very happy driver alongside me. What a celebration that was. I mean, that was a hard-fought race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the celebration means all the effort that has been done by the team since so many years. The championship is more and more competitive, and, you know, we win now. So it's super cool because it's one of the smallest team of the paddock. They do things with all their heart, little budget, I have to say. So, you know, winning like this, it means a lot. And also first race for my friend. We are doing like a kind of a team, a friend team. So it's super cool. It's super cool. Good atmosphere, and finishing like this, it's perfect.
When did you start realizing actually the win was on here? Because we kept seeing changes throughout the last hour. Everything was going on out there.
Yeah, you never know in this championship because some people, they start before and they don't have the fuel to finish. I thought, honestly, we would be P2. I was not even sure to keep the P2 because the car was super hard to drive in the end. So I was just pushing like crazy, and also I was running out of track limits, so just one mistake and we were gone. So, but I also had to push, and it was not very clear behind if I had a threat. I got a chance on Winslow. I went for it. I think I had a bit more pace, and then I just like try to keep pushing and keep my head down and do no mistakes and bring the car home for the win. So yeah.
You weren't the only one struggling with track limits out there. I mean, we saw so many laps being deleted. It really was winning by the margin at this point, wasn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, I've seen so many track limits at the beginning of the race and nobody was saying anything, and I did 2 and I got 2. Obviously, we're in a leading place, so people are more careful about what we do. That's fair, you know, but yeah, I knew everybody was looking at me, and if I put a wheel too far, I would be penalized. So it was a bit nerve scratching, but yeah, I did it, and I'm there for that, so happy to deliver.
The weather was absolutely fine. However, just at the end, the wind really caught up, catching a few drivers out. Was that anything that caused you a hassle?
I think the biggest hassle has been the tires temperature. I mean, we've been running normally like 2-3 seconds quicker. Somehow the track had no grip and the balance changed a lot. So the car was really pointy, and in senior with tailwind, it was every lap was on the knife edge. So yeah, it was tricky. I would say it was tricky, but at the end the result is there. So that's only what it counts.
What does it mean for a team like this as well? Like you say, smaller budget, smaller team. I mean, we saw the celebrations, but what does it mean in terms of championship contention moving forward? How much confidence you can take from this?
I mean, I'm not there for the full championship because I have other commitment with IMSA, with ELMS, and that's my main programs. I came here, you know, I'm going to Barcelona tomorrow, so honestly, it's for me, it's kind of an effort to be there. But I do that for them because they have a big heart. I drive with them since so many years, and you know, having a driver like me in their team, it's a big effort. So I'm so happy that finally they can get the reward, and also the mechanics. You know, I can showcase how the car can be quick, and I hope they will have also more customers and people giving them confidence to bring talent and sponsor into the team, because that's you know, that's what they deserve.
Well, hopefully we will see you again, at least for one round. It was a pleasure to see you out there.
Yeah, thank you very much. And hello to my girl, because she's at home. She cannot come with the baby, so I'm yeah, just a small hello.
Well, you gave them a present, so congratulations.
Ciao.
Lovely. Well, there you go. That is our winner from the team. Oh, I mean, you could see what it meant to the team, couldn't you? The cheering was loud. I'm sure Chris could hear it in the commentary box. I'm sure the French commentators could hear it in the commentary box as well. What a day we've had. 4 hours of racing. We've got more racing to come in the Ultimate Cup tomorrow, so do make sure you join us on our YouTube channel for that one. But for now, from the Endurance Prototype, we're going to say goodbye, and we'll see you again in Mugello.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.